Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. Let's just do a real quick audio and video check. Make sure that the audio and the video is good. And then we will get started with the live stream. Okay, everything looks like it is all good. All good. So I'm gonna get Blog Talk going, call in, and we'll get started. And if at any time there is any issues, just let me know in the chat.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your...
To start your show now, press 1.
We are sorry, but we are experiencing a problem with our system. Please try your call again later or report a problem through the Blog Talk Radio webpage.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
We are sorry, but we are experiencing a problem with our system.
All right. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to use Blog Talk. It looks like Blog Talk has been dealing with technical issues for the past few days, at least, and but we will just go ahead and get started without the intro. And unfortunately, we will not be taking calls for this live stream. But I want to say Shabbat Shalom, Barak Atham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath, bless you all. And thank you to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is April 5th, 2024, 7:06 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well. I pray that you are doing well this week and today, and that the beginning of your Sabbath, or if your Sabbath has already started, is also going well. I want to give all praise, honor, glory to the Godhead, the Elohim, some may know as the Elohim, God, the Most High God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, whose names in the Hebrew for the Heavenly Father is Ahaya, his son in the Hebrew is Yeshaya, and the Holy Spirit is Ruach in the Hebrew. Want to give all praise, honor, glory for making it to another weekly Sabbath. Yes, Friday night. Hence you see in the title here, Friday night starts the Sabbath. Okay. And so Friday night to Saturday night is the Sabbath day. And, we want to give thanks to making it to another weekly Sabbath, as well as being here for another installment and live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon. We like to kick things off on Friday nights talking about what's going on in our reality, making sense of all the craziness, strangeness, weirdness, things that are going on right now that we look in the Bible and can, look in prophecy, look in history, as well as secular history and secular current events, and look to try to connect the dots and make it all make sense for you brothers and sisters. As when you read Matthew 24:20, Christ said, "Pray ye that your flight be not on the Sabbath, nor in the winter, nor on the Sabbath day." So therefore, we understand that during this time, the world on Friday nights is getting turned up. They're getting lit, drinking, smoking, doing drugs, partying, all the debaucherous things out there. Unawares, should something happen, they are intoxicated, they are not sober. And then for us as believers that keep the Sabbath day, we may just totally look to disconnect on this day, to connect on a peaceful spirit and connect with the heavens and just unwind from the week and the madness of our world, right? And so we may be caught unawares, not knowing, as Christ warned, pray that your flight be not on the Sabbath day, because if you look in history, time and time again, the enemy has always attacked the children of Israel, right? Those that, keep the commandments, keep the Sabbath. I've always looked to attack on this day because it's a very vulnerable day, a day that you're not, really maybe paying attention to what's going on. So we like to let everyone know what's going on right now, real time, watching and praying always, as Christ commanded as well. And so here we are. And so let me go ahead and get the title for our live stream for today, so you all can have the title before we go into some really quick announcements. Our title for this live stream and the content we will be going into is Revelation 9:1:1. Revelation 9:1:1. All right. And so some people may be wondering about the title. What does it mean? Some may have an idea, but gonna go into, there's so much going on right now, and definitely a treat for you brothers and sisters for the information we're going to go into. So stay tuned, and we're going to go in with what's going on in our crazy reality right now with so much happening. All right. Before we do all that, again, we are streaming here on the GOCC Media on YouTube. Make sure you let everybody know where we are. Typically, we are streaming through Twitch, but because of the format and the way we're doing things and have been doing things for the past few weeks, we've been just really going in on the news because there's been so much news going on. There's been so much happening on a local level, within, on a personal level, with just, we've had, two memorial services for two brothers that we have laid to rest and sent them home to Abraham's bosom. We actually just sent our brother Cedric off in Dallas, here off in Hebrew fashion, okay, with a memorial and celebration service of his life. He was the brother that passed over at the end of Passover, Monday morning. And so that celebration was yesterday. So there's been a lot going on. And, just trying to have some information to come here before you brothers and sisters, and really just focusing on the news. So it really works out well, because I definitely don't want to miss out on the news and the happenings that are going on. Because typically we like to go and do a lot of, historical research and studies to what has brought us to the point in reality where we are here right now. And primarily we've been showing the connection between Freemasonry and Judaism and talking about Amalek. Now we're going to continue in, even in, this live stream, and even in the past few we've just kept, touching on that, but we're going to go, back to the history and things like that. Their plans, their blueprints, all of their agendas and things that they had been putting together throughout all the centuries and ages that had brought us to this place in history. We didn't get here by chance. This has all been worked on by them to get us to this reality where we are. So we're going to eventually get back there. Once things calm down and can kind of get back on a schedule and not so much going on, and can spend the time to actually do more research and bring, because a lot of reading, have to go into some of these books and spend time, reading, and that takes quite a bit of time to do. Not that, going into the news and stuff, getting the news articles and things together doesn't as well, but it's a little bit easier when it comes to the news, getting it together. And but make no bones about it that, what we're going into, what we've been going into is still equivalent to the other live streams that we've done and we do on Friday nights when we do Coming Out of Babylon. So this will be this will not be short of that bar by no means. Trust me, the stuff we're going to go into, it will once again, it was mind blowing for me just looking at all this as I'm going through it. And I'm like, wow. So I would assume the same for you brothers and sisters, but I'll let you all be the judge of the information. Right. But make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel, GOCC Southwest on YouTube, because there you're going to get all the notifications to know where we're going to be streaming on Friday night, what it's going to be about, whether we'll be on Twitch, whether we'll be on GOCC Southwest on YouTube, or whether we'll be here on GOCC Media. Okay. Also, you see the number below me. That is the Blog Talk call-in number. We are not doing Blog Talk tonight, so just so everyone knows, typically we do multicast through Blog Talk and take calls, but I don't know, Blog Talk of late is just not. It's just, I don't know. It's become very primitive in just the operation of it and using it and its availability to use without so many technical problems. But so no call-ins tonight. So just ignore the number on your screen for now. But typically we do have a call-in on Friday night as well. We also do GOCC Fit. We have put GOCC Fit on hold for now, discussing things nutrition. We're doing some big things when it comes to nutrition. I don't know if you all have heard, but we have a health symposium coming up in June at the event in June in Augusta, Georgia, a health symposium. So, looking to launch a GOCC health initiative and more on that later. So a lot of time has been now dedicated to, putting, these things together behind the scenes for brothers and sisters. So, when we come back with GOCC Fit, it's going to be on a whole different level. But we basically have just finished covering all of the micro minerals. So your vitamins, your minerals, if you look here on GOCC Fit, you'll see pretty much every major micro nutrient. Okay, that's vitamins and minerals that we've covered. And so when we come back, we're going to be going into things like macros. What are the macronutrients? We're going to be going into things like, more things on diet. Like, okay, what are things that we should really be focusing on eating? Okay, wilderness preparation. As we get closer to being off grid, how are we going to be able to sustain off the land? Okay, and eat, and also look for things medicinally off the land, not having access to the medical industrial complex, because those without the mark won't be able to buy or sell. So there goes your access to that system. So all these things in the background, we are just a little sneak peek on things that we are prepping for behind the scenes and working hard on. But we will be bringing some information here very soon back with GOCC Fit. We were doing it once a month on Friday nights. And so going to be spending a lot of time because there's a lot of crazy things going on with the food supply right now. We're going to talk about some of that today and everything else. So so stay tuned for GOCC Fit. It will be back soon. All of our backup content can be found here for Coming Out of Babylon, can be found on our Odyssey channel. Past live streams, if you're looking for them, odyssey.com. GOCC Southwest. You can search for that. You can go to our GOCC Southwest YouTube channel. The link is there. The link should also be in the description box pretty much in most of our streams. So if you just look in the description box, you should see odyssey.com/GOCC the GOCC Southwest handle, and click on that. It'll take you over to all of our past streams. Now, here the past few weeks, we've been just mainly dealing with news, staying away from topics and playing certain things that would cause an issue here on this platform. So the past few weeks, you will find 2 weeks ago, we were on GOCC Southwest on YouTube. And then last week, we were here on GOCC Media. And we are here again on GOCC Media. So those live streams are more so here. And you can find them here. And they're archived here, right? So so that is pretty much the announcements for Friday nights. Also, we have for our main church, Gathering of Christ Church, we have the Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up. Hebrew and Bible Academy is coming up here in the next week or so. If you'd like to find out more, you can go to historytimes.org to find out more, to enroll. You can also go to our main website, gatheringofchrist.org, where you can also get to the Hebrew and Bible Academy from there. You can also get to the GOCC calendar, the Hebrew calendar, the holy days, the GOCC network, where we have our small businesses, our entrepreneurs with products and services, where you can support the community. If you would like to join that community, you can also go there and join. So many things. Our website has just been revamped for the new year, brand new website, total new look. So make sure you go there, check it out, see what all's going on there on our website. We also have the main YouTube channels. Gathering 144 is the primary YouTube channel where you'll find all of our Sabbath lessons, Wednesday broadcasts, pre-Patreon, and so much more, as well as the backup channel, GOCC NYC. All right. That's the backup channel for our YouTube. And so from there, I believe that we are good and ready to go when it comes to the information for this particular live stream. So let me come back to the title one more time for you all. The title for the live stream, Revelation 9:1:1. Revelation 9:1:1. So we're going to go into, what the title means and all the content that's going to come with that. I mean, man, all I can say is, my goodness, there is so much going on right now. And we're going to cover a lot of it in this live stream. And so you brothers and sisters, get your popcorn out. Make sure you got your seatbelts on, because we are about to go in and get turned up with the information. All right. And we're going to pick back up where we left off with our last live stream. Our last live stream was titled March Madness. Typically, people know March Madness had to deal with basketball. Okay. But, make no bones about it that last month, the month of March, was a month of madness. So many things going on, so much happening, a lot of distractions. And so we've also discussed at the beginning of this year, all right, would 2024 be the year of smoke and mirrors? A lot of magic and sorcery and distraction and things that would have us caught up in the chaos and in the confusion, right? And so continuing in on that, in the month of March, there were a lot of distractions. You see your black entertainers here. Of course, anybody has heard and is familiar with the Sean Puffy Combs saga that's happening and been going on. It's all throughout media. This black entertainer, that black. So much going on within black entertainment right now, and the industry, which we would call Hollywood, right? The industry. Whether it's politicians, whether it's musicians, whether it's actors and actresses, whether it's sports, right? All forms of entertainment. And those people that would be looked at as public figures. So much happening within that world and that realm right now. And not that those things shouldn't be exposed. But sometimes a person may get so caught up in the drama and the gossip that you miss out on key prophecies unfolding, key events happening that are being covered in the smoke that you wouldn't even know is happening, that would maybe keep you in tune and diligent to what's happening right now, and making sure that you are keeping yourself on point when it comes to being on the straight and narrow path and focused. Okay, so much out here that can distract you and get you out of focus. So, we really have been tackling that. And where we left off last, I'm going to pull this video up here. We're going to check this video out here, fair use. We talked about what happened recently in Russia. A lot to talk about with Russia tonight, too. And happening on 3/22, March 22nd. A lot of things happening last month on March 22nd, which we know is the number for Skull and Bones, right? The secret society within Yale University, who the Bushes have said to be a big part of that. John Kerry, cousins, supposed to be, of the Bushes. And so here you have the 322, 322, Skull and Bones. And this happening in and around the time of this Russia attack, this so-called terrorist attack in Russia, right? And so we're going to pick back up there in that discussion, and then we're going to proceed from there. So let me go ahead and show this video here. Fair use. All right, fair use.
Over 100 people were murdered in Russia on Friday, including women and children. 11 terrorists were captured by Russian authorities as they attempted to cross the border into Ukraine. They are being interrogated, and all roads lead to the U.S. State Department, who have been directing Ukrainian forces since their 2014 coup. The attack occurred on March 22nd, or 3/22. 3/22 is the mysterious number used by Yale's infamous Skull and Bones Society. The official story is that 3/22 symbolizes the year 322 BC, to memorialize the event seen as the turning point which transformed Athens from a democracy to a plutocracy. A plutocracy is a society that is ruled by no other political philosophy other than the financial elite being in control of the people's destiny. The Skull and Bones is a grooming academy for the CIA, such as former director of the CIA, George Bush, and 322 is their calling card. During the Tucker Carlson interview, President Putin was clearly speaking to the CIA. The CIA responded in a New York Times article admitting that they are using Ukraine as a proxy to wage war against Russia. Weeks before the attack, Victoria Nuland repeatedly boasted that Putin was in for a nasty surprise.
Mr. Putin's going to get some nice surprises on the battlefield, and that Ukraine will make some very strong success this year.
This supplemental funding will ensure Putin faces some nasty surprises on the battlefield this year.
On March 7th, the U.S. Embassy issued a warning about the threat of terrorist attacks in Moscow, specifying concerts. The British Embassy in Moscow mirrored this warning. Days before the attack, Barack Obama paid an unexpected visit to the British Prime Minister at 10 Downing Street.
President Obama, are you worried that Putin will rule forever? President Obama, why should we care about democracy in Russia?
Do you have a few moments? Did you just
Will you speak to us? Come and have a chat with us for a minute.
How did it go? What did you talk about?
Within hours of the attack, and without any evidence, the U.S. government blames the attack on the Islamic State. and says that Ukraine is not involved. The very next day, while Russians were grieving, CIA mouthpiece The Washington Post gloated how the US had prior knowledge of the attack and people still died. It has been noted that the terrorists were either professional assassins or trained by Western forces, for they were demonstrating NATO training methods such as shooting in small bursts, trigger control, and proper mag reloads. For anyone with eyes to see, this is the modus operandi of the West. Al-Qaeda was famously created by Western intelligence agencies to fight the Russians in Afghanistan, and has been cultivated by the US government and used as a catalyst for illegal wars and tyrannical laws against US citizens. Ukraine's spy chief said 3 months ago, expect more attacks deep inside of Russia.
I'm very glad to see this.
Yeah.
That's my reaction.
That's your reaction. You're happy to see it happen.
Yeah.
Do you think there'll be more?
I think so.
Inside Russia? Deep inside Russia?
Deeper and deeper.
Dmitry Medvedev said that everyone is asking him what to do. He answered that those who were caught need to be killed, but it's much more important to kill everyone involved, everyone who paid, who sympathized, and who helped. Kill them all. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
And so we spoke about this event and how it was being overshadowed by a lot of the entertainment things that were being put out at the time, primarily in and around, Puff Daddy, and how Putin came out and stated that these were, Western actors working this event and through Ukraine and America, and that the Russians were up in arms for, saying that, we're not going to sit idly by and let this happen and not retaliate. And so some people may call, false flag. Some people may say it's not the war and all that. All this stuff's not real at all. It's a psyop. At the end of the day, whether real or fake doesn't matter. Okay, this is Hegelian. The only thing that matters is what is the solution that comes from the problem and the reaction. What will be the solution from this particular event? Now, from there,
ladies and gentlemen,
from there, in and around this same time of this event, let me pull it up here for you all. 1 second. Let me pull this up. Right after that, you had this come out. I'm going to show you all this video here where this is 3/23. So this is the day after 3/22, after the event. It was said that Putin makes startling speech upon revelation of the Russian icons. And I had meant to show this video last broadcast, but I had forgot about showing it. But basically, and I'm not gonna play this whole video, but basically Putin has said to give a speech where he opened up the vaults, and inside the vaults he was showing that all the images of the biblical characters, the children of Israel, are black. Okay, Christ, the disciples, Moses, the prophets, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, on and on and on, black images. And that they were going to serve black Jesus, that the Russians were going to serve black Jesus. Now, I know some people have said that this was fake, it wasn't real. I mean, I don't know. I haven't translated Putin's words to know whether or not this translation of him talking here is the case or not. But what is real in all of this is the Russian icons. when you actually go and look into the records of the Russian icons, there are books. I have one of the Russian icon books, and these pictures are real. So the pictures can't be denied. The pictures are real, right? So this information is coming out and is out there so that now, you know, anybody who's anybody, because we all have access to the internet. We all have cell phones that connect to the internet. So there's nobody who's anybody that can't say that they weren't told or that they don't know.
Forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus.
All right. So as we go forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus is what is said to have been said. Okay. Now, the reason I'm coming here and showing this because we have been doing a lot of discussion about the man of sin, the son of perdition, and the mystery of iniquity. So I want to continue in on that before we then go into our title, because this is setting a stage for what we're going to and a foundation of what we're going to be discussing today. So I have a video here, again, fair use. This video says Joe Rogan says Whoopi was right. They are the same race. That they are the same race. So let's check this video out here. Fair use.
The Jewish thing is a wild thing because it's a race that you can join.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's a
because
religion.
people think of it as a race.
Well,
They
you know
do.
why? Because Hitler thought of it that way, sure. Also, a lot of Zionists think of it that way. A bunch of Jewish people don't. You know, ultra-Orthodox Jews, which I always liked ultra because that's like
Right, but you have to accept that some people feel that Jewish is a race. Some people feel that Jewish is a race. Some people feel that Jewish is a race. Well, they're involved in fighting on their own shore every day.
Yeah, against people that they hate with, I would say, a racial thing, and I know it's real because I dated Israeli girl for 10 years, and the whole top. Now, here's what I find. I think and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if I had converted, because that was like a big thing, like, you know, you're gonna, and I think if I had, we could have moved to Israel, and I could claim my birthright of land.
Yeah. Well, you can move there. Like if
I
you're
could
an
have
American
converted.
Jew.
She has a dual citizenship.
But
I could be wrong, but I'll bet you can do that.
I was told welcome home because I'm Jewish. Every single person who's Jewish that steps off the plane, especially for their first time in Israel, is told welcome home. Let's just sit with that for a second. This right here, this is my actual ancestry. I am 88% Ashkenazi Jewish, and none of my ancestors are from the Middle East.
Does having Jewish DNA determine your Jewish status? Great question. The answer is your Judaism is determined by your mother. If your mom's Jewish, you're Jewish according to traditional Judaism. Now, you can have a very high count of Jewish DNA, and that's awesome. That means you're connected to the Jewish people, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're Jewish. Don't forget, there are people that convert to Judaism and then they have zero DNA and they're 100% Jewish.
If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Khazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish. My family happens to have a story saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows.
Well, you can move there. Like if
I
you're
could
an
have converted.
American Jew.
She has a dual citizenship.
But
I could be wrong, but I'll bet you can do that.
Haven't American Jews gone over there to avoid prosecution?
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
So, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius Caro, 48 years old and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001. He's considered dangerous. But these photos are a few years old, so we don't know if he'll look the same. He remains elusive. Previous attempts to capture him have failed.
Obviously, the fear that he would somehow figure out that anyone's looking for him and bolt. He just called his number.
Shauna Aronson got a tip that Caro's expected at this clinic near Tel Aviv.
Who's going to call the
She's
police
with JCW, Jewish Community Watch, an organization that hunts down accused pedophiles who flee to Israel from the U.S., exploiting a process called Law of Return, whereby any Jewish person can move to Israel and automatically gain citizenship. The ease with which pedophiles seem able to use this law as an escape route haunts victims like Mendy Hawk, who says he was abused from age 8 by a teacher at an Orthodox Jewish school in Los Angeles.
So your classroom is right here. How does it feel being back?
I was very anxious and, stressed coming back here. A lot of memories coming through my mind.
Memories of his alleged abuser, Mordechai Yom Tov, who taught him Hebrew studies when he was just 8 years old.
So in the beginning, he would just rub me outside of my pants, and then I would say about 3 to 4 months later, he started going in.
Reaching down your pants?
Yeah, it's reaching down.
Why did you feel like you couldn't tell anyone?
I was scared, I was ashamed. I just didn't know what people would think of me, of the whole situation.
Yom Tov pled guilty in 2002 to sexually abusing and committing lewd acts against 3 other boys. He served jail time, but when he was released, he violated his probation and, according to JCW, fled to Israel with help from individuals within the Orthodox Jewish community. JCW tracked Yom Tov down and confronted him with a hidden camera in Jerusalem, where he admitted to illegally fleeing the United States with help and using a fake passport to enter Israel.
I was supposed to stay for 5 years in the same city. I was supposed to, let's see, jumping on the side of the city. I was supposed to go every 2 weeks to the police station. On parole. I left within a week later.
He had this message for his victims.
I'm very, very, very sorry.
The other person in this video is Meir Seawald, the founder of Jewish Community Watch. He tells CBS News Yom Tov's case isn't uncommon in the Orthodox community.
The same thing that's going on in the Catholic Church right now around the world, the exact same thing happens in our community. The rabbis say it's, you know what, he promised he's going to go for therapy, he's never going to do it again. Boom, he's in another community. A few years later, he's at the same thing, and we hear more allegations that the person continued to abuse children.
And often those...
Now, the reason why this is the case, family, because we, as a church and then in recent broadcasts here on Friday nights have talked extensively about within the Talmud, it actually justifies this type of behavior as being nothing wrong with it. Okay, so this behavior is justified within their own writings.
That the person continued to abuse children.
And often those abusers end up in Israel.
Haven't American Jews gone over there to avoid prosecution?
Well, every country does that. I mean, that's.
But isn't that a thing? Like American Jews, if someone's coming after them in America?
I thought Meyer Lansky tried. Oh, am I thinking of The Godfather where the guy had?
Yeah, right. No, Meyer Lansky, did he do that? But I think there's a thing. Applicants must meet one of the following requirements. 1, have at least 1 Jewish birth parent, or 2, have converted to Judaism. That's easy.
Well, my wife would have been that. Yeah.
You don't need to be religious to qualify to fit in our trips. In fact, many of our participants...
Oh, you're talking about birthright.
Yeah.
So he goes, that's what I'm saying. The ADL guy goes, we need the people that came up with birthright to put their heads on this TikTok thing.
Well, the Jewish thing is a wild thing because it's a race that you can join.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's a
because
religion.
people think of it as a race.
Well,
They
you know
do.
why? Because Hitler thought of it that way, sure. Also, a lot of Zionists think of it that way. A bunch of Jewish people don't. Ultra-Orthodox Jews, which I always liked ultra because that's like...
Right, but you have to accept that some people feel that Jewish is a race.
Called anti-Semites.
But there's like people that feel like
Right.
there's a bunch of different races and Jewish is one of them.
I don't feel
some
like that,
Jewish
no.
people, but it is a thing, right? It's a thing that some people believe, right?
Well, yes.
Yeah, it's a thing you can join.
Yeah.
Imagine if you could join being Asian.
Whoopi Goldberg did it successfully, and she's never looked back. She called the Holocaust white on white crime, and she's
She did.
You don't remember that? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
she did. It was insane.
Basically, that's just some white people.
It wasn't about race. What?
Because
What?
she did the homework.
Then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. No, it's not about
maybe
race.
ethnicity. Well, they
no,
consider
it's
Jews
about
a different race.
But it's not about race. It's not about
Well,
race.
what is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man. That's what it's about.
But it's about white supremacy. It's about
but
going
it's not.
after
It's
Jews
not about
and gypsies and
but these are two
Romans.
white groups of people.
Well, they
How
were
do we
after black
but
people,
how-
too. And they were
but
after
you're missing the
homosexuals.
point. You're
Yeah.
missing the point.
Yeah.
The minute you turn it into race, it goes down this alley. Let's talk about it for what it is. It's how people treat each other. It's a problem. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, because black, white, Jews, everybody eats each other.
Well, joining us for our weekly segment, Bottom Line, is Algemeiner's CEO, Dovid Efunis. So, Dovid, let's jump right in. Genetically speaking, are Jews white?
Well, Natasha, it's important to understand, firstly, the intense sensitivity that this question has for the Jewish community. And actually, it's coming up at a personally very relevant time for me. Today is the anniversary of the passing of my great-grandfather, David Weinstock, who was arrested by the Nazis in Vienna in September 1939. And he was taken to the anthropological department at the Vienna Museum of Natural History, and he was subjected to, together with 440 other Jews, to degrading tests and measurements because he was considered by the Nazis to be of an inferior race. So it really is the height of irony and insult that when Jews express concern about anti-Semitism being ignored and a blindness to anti-Semitism, they're then lumped into the white category.
I want to get Dr. Meyer's opinion on this. Classifying it as white Jew, because we know there's black Jews, you know. How does that make you feel? How does that initially hit you when I say, yeah, you know, if I said black and white Jewish relations?
I guess that's mostly what I deal with is in my courses is those interactions. I think, again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. I think, again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. I think, again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. Sometimes part of the problem between the two communities is that some people will take advantage of that, will use their whiteness as a way of promoting themselves, as a way of integrating themselves into whatever community they want to be in, by removing themselves and denigrating themselves from some other community. Right. I find that problematic.
It's a thing you can join.
Yeah.
Imagine if you could join being Asian.
Whoopi Goldberg did it successfully, and she's never looked back. She called the Holocaust white on white crime, and she's
She did.
You don't remember that? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
she did. It was insane.
Basically, that's just some white people.
It wasn't about race. What?
Because
What?
she did the homework of anti-racism that she was. You were supposed to read those dumb books that no one believes, by the way, anymore. It's done. You're supposed to learn that anti-racism. Anti-racism is that it's impossible.
Is that done?
Oh, it's
Everybody's done with anti-racism?
No. There's still people embedded like ticks that are, but it's over.
And so we also had the Candace Owens conversation with the interview of the rabbi, where it was said that she had got fired from the Daily Wire from, you know, her debate, her, you know, rhetoric, things that she was saying in regards to, you know, the different rabbi situations, the one that had the adult toy sex store and all those type of things. And so continuing in with this, and as you see on your screen, you see the word here, Zionism. We also talked about Albert Pike, who also Jewish, 33rd degree Freemason, who said that in the World War III time frame, in that particular war era, he had the letter with the three world wars. In the Third World War, Zionism would be destroyed. And so what we've seen is this open up this door for the destruction of Zionism is this engagement with the state of Israel with the Palestinians. That engagement now, in all of its horror, has exposed the world to a new level of seeing the state of Israel maybe not seen up until this point. Not that this stuff hasn't gone on, for a long time, or at least since its inception in 1948. But you're seeing it now in 3D. And so this has really opened up this door. But Albert Pike spoke about them looking to destroy not only Zionism, but also Islam, as well with all religions, with Christianity being the main religion they were focused on destroying. So they're looking to destroy all of these isms and these religions that they've created, right? But also Albert Pike spoke about that they would unleash the nihilists during this World War III era. The nihilists, when you look at the definition, being the destroyers. So I want to pull up. I'm going to go to the Bible here, because two things. When we look at this video here, and we also look at this video where Vladimir Putin, at the same time, this information is coming out, we see the Russian icons being revealed, showing that they are black people. Okay, so we're starting to now see who the people are and also who the people are not, which is spoken of in the Bible. But let's go first to 2 Thessalonians here. Because for so long, it has been a mystery. These things have been a mystery, but now we're living in a time, the time that Albert Pike said it would be revealed and destroyed, but Paul prophesied about this as well. Before Albert Pike spoke about it and was in these Freemasonic writings as part of their agenda, Paul said that this would happen. So when you come down here to 2 Thessalonians, let me get it, chapter 2. Verse 3, it says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there coming a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition." So what had to happen first? Well, there first had to come the falling away first. What was the falling away? The falling away was what we just saw here with Vladimir Putin, with these Russian icons, with these in the Russian vaults.
And people
the black images of the biblical figures. So we had to fall away first from our heritage, from our culture, from our identity, from the covenant that we made with our God. We had to fall away from that first. That's what Paul's speaking about. So that happened first. And in the midst of that happening, we would eventually come back. We would eventually start to wake up. So within our waking up to who we are, well, then it would expose the people who are in position, claiming that position that's not theirs. So by default, if we're waking up and, as being shown and exposed at who the people really are, then by default, it's going to say, okay, well, who are these people over here who are claiming to be that and aren't matching the description? Now, that man of sin is being revealed, that son of perdition. So he cannot hide anymore. And who would have thought to look in modern Jewry to find that man of sin, that son of perdition, that mystery of iniquity? Who would have thought to look at God's chosen people as the place that this man of sin would be hiding. Like that would be the last place that you would really think to look. And that's what they do. They put things in plain sight, right? They'll put it in the least expecting place that you would look. All right. You're looking over here, going far, wide, across the world, looking under rocks and trying to find, where's this man of sin at? Trying to unravel the mystery, trying to figure it out. Well, we'll just put it right in your face, and then you're not going to look there because you'll just say, okay, those are God's chosen people, and they're doing their thing, and not really think to look there. Now, when you go here to this word of perdition, we've shown it, very important with what we're going to go into tonight. This man of sin is also the son of perdition, and son of perdition, or that word perdition, meaning destroying, utter destruction. So we talked about the nihilist. The word nihilist means a destroyer. Okay. So now we're able to pinpoint where the destruction is coming from. This man of sin who has been hiding is the one who's now being exposed as the destroyer. Okay. And destroying in cover, destroying in smoke, destroying from disguise, which is part of the sorcery, which is part of the wizardry, and which makes their magic so powerful. Now, as you keep reading here, Paul's going to give us further clues on where this man of sin is hiding, so he can be revealed. Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Okay, so these people would be sitting in the Holy Land, claiming themselves to be God. We showed this last live stream where they deny Christ because they say that Christ takes their position. And so, now they have, even in their own rabbis, I forget the particular rabbi's name, but he even came out and said that in their writings, it says that God spoke to them and told them that you have magnified yourself above God Almighty, as if you are God. That's the mentality of this man of sin. All right. Verse 5, remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things. And now you know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. So we're in the time of this revealing. It's happening. Okay. Because they understood and knew at some point they were not going to be able to, keep the cat from being let out the bag. All right. It's going to get to a certain point. People will wake up, right? Technology and communication would become such a way that you would not be able to hide this fact. And so we're in that time now where it's more than ever, you're seeing Gentiles who were Zionist Christians under the Zionist doctrine that's been given to Christianity and all of its fallacy and fallacies, who are waking up and saying, hey, wait a minute. These people, something about these people who ain't sitting right. And now they start going down the rabbit hole and coming to the discovery that a lot of us came to some time ago. Verse 7, for the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way. Okay, so this mystery of iniquity was working during Paul's time. The Romans, all right, were infiltrating the church. And we fast forward to today. Where are these Romans at today? They're the Catholic Church, the Vatican, the Pope. Okay, they were infiltrating, all of them connected. It goes well beyond just the state of Israel, right? But it's all within the same, ethnic boundaries, geographical boundaries. Okay, these Romans, all right. So now that mystery is no longer a mystery to those who are awakened. They're coming back to their identity, and now process of elimination. Okay, who they're not, and we know who they are too, because everybody else has their nation character card, but there's one character card who has yet to be determined in all this. Oh, now we can place them in that final spot. Oh, it just happens to be Amalek. okay, who was grandson of Esau, which is all of this is in their own writings within the Jewish encyclopedia that modern day Jewry is Edom. Okay, that the Ukrainians are Amalek. This was in their own writing. So they come out and tell you this stuff in a roundabout way and sometimes direct way. Right? So it's no longer a mystery. And this is very important because now doing the history going back to the times of Esau to understand why the religion is set up the way that it's set up. Okay, we're going to go into that here in a moment. Verse 8. And then shall that wicked be revealed. Okay, and we're seeing all this wickedness come out and being shown. So they would want you to focus on Puff Daddy, Diddy, Sean Combs, focus on him, but not focus on the man of sin, the mystery of iniquity that's working behind him. Okay, who are his masters? He's just a gatekeeper. Okay, but in order to keep the gate, you must have the key. Okay, Sean Combs didn't create the key. He was given the key by the key masters who gave him his key to hold that gate. That's who's hiding, that's now being revealed. So that to continue with the smoke, get you focused on Puffy without being able to focus on his masters. But we're looking past Puffy. And we're focused on the masters that are hiding in the shadows. So it says here, verse 8, and then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth. Because when Christ comes back, he's going to speak judgment. It talks about this in Revelation with his tongue being like a sword. So he's not even going to lift a finger. He's just going to speak. And it's going to be consummation, consuming through him speaking of words. And shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Now we're going to talk about Christ here in a moment because Christ identified. He told us where to look to find this man of sin and where this mystery, to unlock the mystery of this sin, where we would look to find it. Right here after this verse, we'll get that. It says here, verse 9, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. So this man of sin would come working after their father, their daddy, Satan, who gave them their power, okay, the signs and the lying wonders or miracles. Okay, it's a miracle how people who only make up 1% of the population control 99% of the world. How are they in all these political positions and corporations and all the places of power they have on lock and locked down and holding on to the Holy Land. Okay, holding on to a identity. How did they get this power? Oh, it was given to them after, because their workings were after their father. So therefore, like any father would give his son or his children, would hand that power down to them. Okay, he gave them the power so they could then do his bidding. And so he could work through them to do all of what we see, the mischief and the destruction that's happening in the earth now. Now, when you go to Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, Christ speaks of this. He gave us some more clues and insight when he said, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Which links into 2 Thessalonians 2:9, whose coming is after the working of Satan. Okay, so it's very, very important to understand this fact first, right? And now we understand why they're looking to ban the Bible, why they're looking to eliminate Christianity, because it identifies all of them and their works. It casts a light on the darkness from where they are hiding. And when there's light on the darkness or light on the shadow, you can no longer hide. The light exposes the darkness. Okay. There's no more smoke. Okay. The light shines through the smoke and we can see you hiding in the smoke. Okay. The magic tricks and all of that. We see through all the tricks now. Your magic and your spells no longer have power. They only had power while we were asleep and not knowing, and things were a mystery and we were in a state of falling away. And not that us coming back to our identity is the complete restoration or the main part of our restoration, because that comes through Christ. That comes through our accepting, believing, repentance, the baptism through Christ. Okay. And along with that, we also get back our inheritance. Okay. Our identity, which was taken and given to someone else to provoke jealousy, right? To provoke us into jealousy, to bring us back to our God and our Father. Okay, so I wanted to establish that. So as we're going through the information tonight, we have that as a foundation going into the information so we can understand where all of this confusion, this destruction, this iniquity, where does it all stem and come from? Well, here it is. Here's where we can look to find that. All right. So let us, now that we've talked about this Zionism and these nihilists, we're also going to talk about Freemasonry tonight, continuing on in that discussion as well. Let us now go into our title. Now that we've covered the intro, again, our title for this live stream, Revelation 9:1. Revelation 9:1. And let us also get some insight to breaking down this title. So we're going to go to dictionary.com and we're going to look at the word revelation here and get the definition.
Revelation.
What does revelation mean? Okay. What does revelation mean? And give me 1 second. Not sure what's going on. My computer here froze up. My secondary computer. No big deal. I'll just shut it down and restart it. Well, let's look at this word here, revelation. It says the act of revealing or disclosing. It says disclosure. So revelation is disclosure. Okay. Also, something revealed or disclosed, especially a striking disclosure, as of something not before realized. So we talk about the mystery of iniquity being unveiled, the man of sin being revealed. That's called revelation. All right. So we're living in a time of disclosure, a time of things being revealed. Right? A time, let me pull it up here. 1 second. Make sure. We're living in a time of a revealing and a realizing of something not before realized. Theology, God's disclosure of himself and his will to his creatures. An instance of such communication or disclosure. Something thus communicated or disclosed. Something that contains such disclosure as the Bible. Right? It also talks about Revelations, also called the Revelation of St. John the Divine, the last book in the New Testament, the Apocalypse. So the Apocalypse means the revealing. Right? Right? Divulgation, or when you divulge something, admission, divulgence, exposure. Okay, a fact disclosed or revealed, especially in a dramatic or surprising way. So with the revelation, it can be dramatic, it can be surprising, it can be astonishing. The act or process of disclosing something previously secret or obscure, especially something true. So more now than ever are we living in a time where the secret things are being made evident. Okay, these secret things are being shown to us, right? We have teachers who are now you know, the ones through whom the Most High God would use in these times to unlock these secrets and teach the world, teach congregations, teach the flock, okay, teach God's sheep what they need to do, the directions they need to go, the understanding they need to be able to thrive as a flock for health and safety, right? Now, you also have within the title, you also have 911. What is 911? We're also going to go here to dictionary.com to get that. 911.
911 or 9/11.
911 or 9/11. It says in the United States and Canada, the telephone number used to reach emergency, medical, fire, and police services. So we can look here. When we see 911, what do we think of? We think of it's an emergency. You call 911, or the number 911 signifies an emergency, right? We also have what happened on September the 11th, which is also known as 9/11. Okay, very, very fitting for this whole topic of conversation as well. We can throw that in there too. Within our conversation is something to keep in mind, food for thought. Okay, 911, 9/11, right? And so when we go over here to the thesaurus to get 911, it says as in panic button. Okay, buzzer, emergency signal, and alarm button. Okay, so we see alarm, emergency, panic, right? So we're starting to now get some insight into our title, just on a surface level of Revelation 911. An emergency, alarm, urgent, revealing or exposure, secret things being revealed. Okay, and why are these things being revealed? It is for our purpose. Okay, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times and the strength of thy salvation. Okay, it helps us to solidify our faith, to know that the Bible we're reading is not some fairy tale made up book, as a lot would claim, that these things were written hundreds, thousands of years ago, and it's all coming to pass right now and being revealed here in the very end, so that we're not left in a state of confusion trying to figure out what in the world is going on with our reality, right? So let us now, I wonder if we then took a trip over, speaking of the book of Revelation, we were just there a second ago with Christ's words about the synagogue of Satan. I wonder if we took a trip over to the 9th chapter and the 11th verse, what would that tell us and have any connection to our conversation for this broadcast? So we go over here to Revelation 9:11. What does it tell us? 911. It says here, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. Very, very interesting precept there. And we're going to deal with this chapter as a whole to get some more context, because there's a whole lot to unpack within this chapter, but specifically dealing with this chapter and verse, and see, can we connect it to what we've already discussed so far in this live stream? We talked about the son of perdition. Perdition. What did perdition mean? Well, let's look here at some of these words. We're going to look at the king, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon. Let's look at this word Abaddon here. What do we have? in the Greek Strong's G3, it says a destroying angel. A destroying angel. Abaddon. It says here, destruction, ruin, destruction, the place of destruction. The name of the angel prince of the infernal regions, the minister of death, and the author of havoc on the earth. Who does that sound like? Sound like Satan? And remember, the son of perdition whose coming was after the workings of Satan. Okay, so it would only make sense that you as a child are going to take on the characteristics and attributes of your father to be, if he's a destroyer, your workings are going to come after him, and you too are also going to be a destroyer. So they didn't invent destruction. They're just carrying in the spirit of their daddy. Okay, but here is the originator, okay, of their destruction is coming from their daddy. When you come over here to in the Greek tongue, his name is Abaddon. We're going to get that in a moment, but when you go to the Hebrew Strongs for Abaddon, let's get that real quick. It's H11 because that's in the Greek. Abaddon is in the Greek, but let's get the Hebrew for Abaddon. I got to go to the Strongs here. Let's go to the Hebrew. You have Hebrew 11. Abstractly, a perishing. Concretely, Hades. Destruction. So the same thing we saw for the son of perdition. Perishing and destruction we see here for Abaddon. But let's see now what we have for Apollyon, which is the Greek, same name. And that's what you're going to find with these particular deities, is you're going to find in different tongues, they're called different names, but it's all the same deity or entity, right? So this same angel in the Greek is referred to as Apollyon. What does it say here in G623? It says a destroyer, that is Satan. So this angel from the bottomless pit, it talks about, was a king over them. And some may say that this is Satan himself or a high-ranking demon under Satan. Regardless, at the end of the day, it's all Satan. They all report to Satan at the end of the day. They're all of their workings and coming is after Satan, right? And here in the Thayer, you have the angel of the bottomless pit, the destroyer. Okay, so now we're getting some insight here to Revelation 9:1:1, an emergency revealing, right, is in the definition of breaking down Revelation in 9:1:1, and also going to the scriptures and finding it, the book, chapter, and verse. There is a king over them. We're going to get who this king is over. Who is the them? Okay, this king is an angel of the bottomless pit. Okay, whose name is Abaddon in the Hebrew and Apollyon in the Greek. Now, we're going to get some more insight to Abaddon. We are at Wikipedia. Okay, we are at Wikipedia for Abaddon. It says the Hebrew term Abaddon, meaning destruction, doom, and its Greek equivalent, Apollyon, appear in the Bible as both a place of destruction and an angel of the abyss. In the Hebrew Bible, Abaddon is used with reference to a bottomless pit, often appearing alongside the place of Sheol, meaning the resting place of dead peoples. Hell, Hades. Okay. Let's see, what else do we have here? Anything else I want to pull? I don't think I want to pull anything else from this, but I want to now deal with Apollyon. So when you go to Apollyon in the Wikipedia and most sources, it just refers you back to Abaddon. There's not really anything specifically dealing with Apollyon. But however, if you know, again, these names are synonymous oftentimes. If you do the research and compare from one culture to the next, you'll find the equivalent name of this particular deity. So for Apollyon, the equivalency would be who? It would be Apollo. Apollo. It says here, Apollo is one of the Olympian deities in classical Greek and Roman religion and Greek and Roman mythology. So whereas in the Greek, it's Apollyon, but in the Roman, it would be more so Apollo. Okay. Even though both Greeks and Romans are both, European Caucasians and Edomites. Okay. But still a difference in culture nonetheless. No different than if you were to see the northern kingdom of Israel may have, a certain name for something, right? And then the southern kingdom may have a different name, but it's all meaning the same thing, right? Within our culture, right? I'm talking about in captivity, right? We'd have different names for different things, but it would mean the same thing. But through our being dispersed, we've lost, our language. We picked up different language and tongues and all of that. So it could vary from one of our so-called fellow brethren to the next, as far as the actual name that we would call it. Well, it's the same thing with the Greek and the Romans. They're brothers, they're Edomites, but you have different families within Esau, right? It says Apollo has been recognized as a god of archery, music and dance, truth and prophecy, healing and diseases, the sun and light, poetry, and more. A lot of these things are very key. Our discussion we're going to be talking about, right? Going into this etymology and this history here of these deities. It's going to give us insight and answer some of these questions we have. One of the most important and complex of the Greek gods. He is the son of Zeus, the twin brother of Artemis, who is the goddess of the hunt. We know Esau was a cunning hunter. He is considered to be the most beautiful god and is represented as the ideal of Koros, or a beardless athletic youth. So, who also was known to be the most beautiful angel in the heavens? Satan, Lucifer. Before he fell, he was Lucifer. So when you come down here, something else I want to get out of this information here, because again, when you're going from one culture to the next, you have these deities are going to be called something different, but are the same deity. Okay. And if you look here, you see Apollo, but also you see in the Homeric Greek, which is another type of Greek, you see Apollyon. See, there goes that Apollyon to show you that they are the same. Okay, they are the same. And we're going to confirm and prove that Apollo and Apollyon are the same. Right. And as you continue to go through some of these other languages here, you see Apollyon spelled in other different, ways. Here's a Apellion. You have a Pelion here. Right. You have a Pluion. In the Latin, Apollo. So coming down here, you also have Hyperion, right, is also synonymous with Apollyon or Apollo. And if anybody who's familiar with Marvel, they have one of their characters is named Hyperion. And he's like Superman. He can fly and pretty much everything you see Superman do with laser eyes and all that, right? I'm going to get into these, Marvel and these Roman and Greeks and then worshiping these characters. So let me find it here. It talks about, again, going into these other languages. We see Apellion and Apellios, Apellier. Okay. Let me find it here. Scroll down and get exactly what I'm looking for. You have Apollonius and the Hittite. It's Apollonius. Let me see. One second, family. Let me it says here Apollo was considered the most Hellenic of the Olympian gods. You have the cult centers of Apollo in Greece. Let me scroll down here and get exactly to get it, and then we'll move forward here. Okay, let me just search for it. I'll get right to it. I could have skimmed past it here. Where was that at? I saw that. Or was it over here? Let's see. I'll try to find it later. I had seen it. I'm not sure if it was on this particular one, but it basically showed where was that? I want to find that here. Give me 1 second to look for it. Give me 1 second here, family. Okay, here it is. I found it. I wanted to make sure I got that for you all because this is very important to connect these dots. This will be a dot we connect and then we can move forward. Okay. So let me pull my screen back up so you all can see it here. All right, so here we go. Appreciate your patience. So it says here, okay. It says several instances of popular etymology are attested by ancient authors. Okay. Thus, the Greeks most often associated Apollo's name with the Greek verb apolyemi, to destroy, right? To destroy, apolyemi, Apollyon. Okay, if you keep going, it's just going through all the different varieties of Apollo, which all comes back to Apollyon, the destroyer. Okay, to show you it's the same, it's just a variation of the same God, just under a different variation, because there are different dialects of tongue, of Greek tongues, different European tongues, even in other languages, different tongues. Okay, so whether it was Apollyon or Apollo, they all understood it meant the same God or deity or angel of the bottomless pit, which is the destroyer. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure we saw that there under Apollo. All right, because this is key now, right? Because now I want to go into connecting some dots here. So we can now put a connection to Revelation 9:1:1 to right now. Where we are right now in prophecy, and everything is happening, and not just what we're reading of in scripture, but that we are in a time of emergency, very urgent, revealing time right now. Okay. How many of you all saw this here? This was about 2 months ago. How many of you all are familiar with Carl Weathers? It says Carl Weathers dies. Rocky and Predator star who appeared in Happy Gilmore, The Mandalorian, and more was 76, right? And, you know, Carl Weathers, who was in many movies and TV shows, you know, extensive resume when it comes to Hollywood, but probably his most iconic and popular, remembered role, if they're gonna get right to it, Carl Weathers, who starred as Apollo Creed in the first 4 Rocky films. So before they even go to any other movie he was in, the first, like within the first 5 words of the sentence, you see Apollo. Because in the movie Rocky, he was Apollo Creed. We're going to talk about that here in a moment. All right. So Apollo has died in the movie world. And, you know, whether or not you want to say, okay, they just killed off the character, you know, okay, did they actually just, you know, kill the character of Carl Weathers off and he's on Epstein Island chilling with Epstein? Or was this a ritual? And maybe when we go into the information here, it'll give you some insight as to the timing of this so-called death of this character who played Apollo Creed, right? And coming back here real quick, let's get the definition for creed.
Creed.
We look at that definition there. What is the definition of creed? It says any system, doctrine, or formula of religious belief as of a denomination. Any system of codification or belief or of opinion. An authoritative formulated statement of the chief articles of Christian belief as the Apostles' Creed, the Nicene Creed, or the Athanasian Creed, or it's just called the Creed, Apostles' Creed. So creed is a doctrine, a system, a formula of religious belief and a denomination. So it could be for anything. Okay, it's very, very well known within the Christian world as the Apostles' Creed. We also have our Hebrew Credo that we recite as well. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one, right? That's our Hebrew creed or credo. But you have here this character in this movie, Rocky, was Apollo Creed. So what is Hollywood telling us about this name when we break down what Apollo means and what Creed means? We know Apollo is the god of destruction, as well as many other characteristics. So this is a creed. This is a system, a religious belief of destruction that's being basically being said within this character's name. So when you come over here to IMDb, you have Rocky IV. I want to focus on Rocky IV. He was Apollo in all the Rockies, but I want to focus on Rocky IV. One of the not only of all the Rockies or of the 80s, but of all time, one of my most favorite movies of all time, Rocky IV. It says here, Rocky Balboa proudly holds the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship, but a new challenger has stepped forward, Drago. A 6'4", 261-pound fighter who has the backing of the Soviet Union. Interesting. We're going to take a look at all of this, all right? Because, and this movie was what year was this? This was 1985. All right, let me pull this up here for you all. Just give you all some visuals to go with So in Rocky IV, here's Apollo Creed with James Brown, right? Having a good old party, good old time. I want to break this down for you all. And what came to me thinking about all this, when I was looking at these scriptures and I thought back to this movie, this stuff just started popping off all around in my head, because knowing how Hollywood puts all this stuff subliminally in these movies, okay? So this is before Apollo's fight with the Russian. So you have America versus Russia. That's the first thing we must understand within this context. America versus Russia. This is 1985. This was foreshadowing something, family, I believe. And of course, you have James Brown getting it. We know James Brown, right? All right. James Brown, he get it in. But this song he's singing, especially is what I want to focus on here. He was singing the song Living in America. Check out some of these lyrics. Eye to eye, station to station, living in America, hand to hand across the nation. Living in America, got to have a celebration. So what you see happening here is everybody's having a good old time before this fight with Russia. A good old celebration. I mean, you got James Brown getting it on stage, getting it in, right? Dancing a jig, tearing up the stage. You even got Apollo Creed with James Brown dancing, getting it in, tearing it up on the stage. I mean, it's everybody. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a fight before with this type of celebration going on before the fight. It's just a good old American party with the Russians standing by and America saying, we're about to go in here and get this victory, get this W over these Russians. And I'm pretty sure you all know what happens next, right? But before we get there, so you see Apollo Creed all decked out, Carl Weathers in his American flag robe. He's got the America flag Uncle Sam top hat on. He even has his American boxers flag, American flag boxers on. I mean, boxing trunks on. Getting toe to toe with the Russians. Very confident, very arrogant, very flamboyant, while the Russians are just sitting back, just holding their composure back and holding their ground, their stance, their posture, right? What happens next? Well, comes the fight. And what do we see happening to Apollo in America? The big bad America empire? We're seeing it fall. Right? We're seeing the Russians send the final blow to take America down. And what we're also seeing here is the death of Apollo. Right? We're seeing the death of Apollo. Right? So for those of you all who remember the movie, you probably remember these scenes. But so this, when I'm looking at this, and it's going back also to the Francis Scott Key bridge that just collapsed. The Francis Scott was who wrote the national anthem. And we just saw a week ago this bridge, according to the narrative, get hit by a cargo ship and collapse. Okay. We're seeing the death of Apollo in real time, not just in the movie 1985, that many years ago, but we're seeing the character Carl Weathers die 2 months ago in this year. Right? So stick with me, family. Some of you probably already are connected some dots here. Let's see. Well, you also had the Russian in Rocky IV, whose name was Drago. Okay, what does that mean? What is the definition of Drago? When you go to Cambridge Dictionary, it has here what? Dragon. Okay, Drago is the short version of dragon. All right, if it's Russian, Drago, okay, it would be said to be dragon, but saying it in Russian. It says a mythical beast, a usually large winged fire-breathing reptile. All right, so we know who the dragon is. That old serpent, Satan. So you have Drago killing Apollo, representing America, falling. Babylon the Great has fallen. America having this huge celebration, only to fall at the hands of Russia, who is powered through Drago. Now, when you come to Revelation 18 here, real quick, it's pretty much what you see happening in that movie with Apollo. Right? We see, Revelation 18 is talking about Babylon the Great is fallen, right? And we saw the party and the celebration living in America. Everybody's just turned all the way up, right? Arrogant before the world, falling at the hands of Russia. Right. Verse 18, Revelation 18, verse 11, and the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all fine wood and all manner of vessels of ivory and all manner vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble. I mean, America got it going on. Partying 24/7. Okay, who could take down this empire? And cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men. And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and good and departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. All right, verse 16, and saying, alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet, decked with gold, precious stones, and pearls, right? Decked out, having a good old time, partying, right? Russia can't mess with us. We're the greatest, right? Living in America. Got to have a celebration, right? So what we're reading, what America had, it's now lost in this destruction. Verse 18, and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, what city is like unto this great city? Right? What city is like this great city? Verse 22, and the voice of harpers, all the singing, and musicians, and of pipers, and of trumpeters shall be heard no more, it all in thee. Okay, no more dancing and singing and shucking and jiving and showboating and celebrating. It's coming to an end. Okay, it's coming to an end. Alas, alas, that great city, Babylon, is fallen. Shall be found any more in thee, and the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And if you go up here, verse 7, how much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, right? How much she hath glorified herself, right? 24/7 party time. Do as thou wilt. You can be whatever gender you want to be. You can be whatever religion you want to be. You can step over whoever you want to step over. It's capitalism. Okay, this is living in America. Can't nobody mess with us. How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. And I forgot to mention this earlier. I don't know if y'all seen it. Got my Fallen Kingdom t-shirt on. I know it's not Judah Wear anymore. It's Chosen. Okay, but before Judah Wear shut down shop, I got my Fallen Kingdom shirt on. Just when we're gonna see in this information, this Eden family. Okay, it's confirmation. This place is done. Right, this place is finished. And now our minds and hearts have to be totally set on Zion as we go into what they're showing us real time in so many different ways. They're showing us the party's over, the celebration is over. When Apollo went down, Apollo Creed went down, all the singing and dancing stopped. Okay, it was a horror show. Okay, it was a horror show, and the Russians were laughing and high-fiving, and they got up out of America after they took America down, right? Trauma. So coming back here, more on Hollywood, and we're going to deal with Hollywood in a little bit tonight, but you also had that followed in his father's footsteps, you had Creed. I know you all probably have seen this movie and the trilogy with Michael B. Jordan. But it says here, the former world heavyweight champion Rocky Balboa serves as a trainer and mentor to Adonis Johnson, the son of his late friend and former rival Apollo Creed. So we're going to examine that word Adonis there, but this is the son now of Apollo, whose now son named Adonis. Who was Adonis? Someone may wonder. Here we are off worldhistory.org. we have Adonis. Let me go over here real quick. In Greek mythology, Adonis was the mortal lover of the goddess Aphrodite and Persephone, who was famous for having achieved immortality. He was widely considered to be the ideal of male beauty in classical antiquity. Okay, he was also said to have died by a wild boar while hunting. Okay, so here we see more of these Greek gods. But we also see in the Sumerian, we have Anana, Dumazid, right? Of these other names for these for this particular god. We also see that a connection here with this particular Adonis. It says Ezekiel 8:14 mentions Adonis under his earlier East Semitic name Tammuz. So we also see Tammuz. So it's interesting when you have to look into this so you understand from one culture to the next the names of these deities. So you understand the actual belief, the creed, the religion that these people have in their gods, to totally understanding what they are conveying here when they drop movies like this. Okay, from Apollo to Adonis. Let's take a look here. Let's look at Adonis now. Right, because from the Romans, you have the Canaanites. We're going to talk about them here in a moment, these Canaanites. Let me see. Actually, let me come here. Because when you come here, it says, who was Tammuz? This is gotquestions.org. Who was Tammuz? When you come down here, very important, so we can understand what we're about to break down here. It says here, in Greece, Ishtar and Tammuz seem to have inspired the story of Aphrodite and Adonis. So Ishtar and Tammuz, which Babylonian, Canaanite, equivalency to Aphrodite and Adonis, right? Let's see if we can confirm this. We're going to get another reference here. It says, whether we're talking about Dumazid, Tammuz, Osiris, or Adonis, the theme of death and resurrection runs through the mythology. So what we're seeing here is a death and a resurrection. So if Apollo Creed is shown to have died, right? And we saw that in Rocky IV, where Apollo Creed, right, dies, right, only to be rebirthed through his son Adonis, death and resurrection. And we're seeing Carl Weathers pass this year. What does that mean if we're looking at this as likeness of America? What resurrection then through America's death is going to come about? Okay. What will then be resurrected in the aftermath of America's death? Come over here to compellingtruth.org. It says, who was the demigod Tammuz? Who was the demigod Tammuz? It says here, and so the mythologies of Sumer, the Akkadian Empire, Babylonia, Canaan, Egypt, and Greece resemble each other. The story of Tammuz is no exception. So we're going to go back to the beginning and show this here in a moment. It says it would appear that historical figures from shortly after the flood, still imbued with strong genetics and powerful personalities, gathered cults around them. A creed, right? A religious system around them, and convinced their followers that they were deities on par with the creator God. So what we're seeing here, family, is a cult and a creed, a system, right? And they have their worships. So we're seeing all on play right now in our reality right now with these child child assault situations where children are being assaulted, right? We're seeing, you know, Puff Daddy allegations coming out. We're seeing, you know, what's coming out of Judaism right now within, you know, that demographic. We're seeing all this stuff coming out, but they're telling us and they're showing us who they really worship also. And that's what we have to also understand is who are their gods. This is the religion, and they give it to us in entertainment and put it right in our face, and we don't realize that this is all ritual. It's all ritualistic, what's happening. We're in a major ritual right now this year. Let me keep going here. Let me get a little bit more here out of this. I mean, you got Astaroth, Queen of Heaven. You got Gilgamesh. All these names jumping off the page right now. Right? Babylon, Nineveh, which, of course, upcoming eclipse, they're saying that it's supposed to strike a line over, 7 cities in America named Nineveh. Right? But many believe that Nimrod is another name for Gilgamesh. Right, let me get it here. One moment. It says the Greeks, who never met a foreign god they couldn't adapt, also had their Tammuz in Adonis. So the Greeks took Tammuz from the Babylonians, from the Canaanites, and just gave him a new name. Adonis, as they did with all the others of the gods. It says here, the Egyptians had a different take in Osiris and Isis. Isis was a benevolent goddess who was devoted to her husband, brother Osiris. Osiris' brother Set killed him in an attempt to take his throne. Okay, in one story, Set tore Osiris into pieces. Isis found most of his pieces, and with the help of golden phallus, brought him back to life long enough to impregnate her with Horus. So we're seeing the regeneration of Apollo into Adonis, or from Osiris to Horus, or from Nimrod to Tammuz, right? So I want you all to see what all this is their belief. You also have, out of the common thread of death and resurrection came the association of Damazud, Tammuz, Osiris, Adonis as the god of fertilization, rebirth, and agriculture. Okay. You also have, in fact, the Hebrew month of Tammuz still marks the time older cultures mourn for the god of fertility. In earlier times, however, Tammuz was worshipped in a different way. So then the question comes to ask, okay, if this is Tammuz and this is who he is, why are God's chosen people, why do they have a month named after Tammuz? Well, if you have uncovered the mystery of iniquity working, that man of sin, all right, and if Tammuz is being reincarnated under Nimrod or Apollo, and we know Nimrod was the head of the building of the Tower of Babylon, right, then we can see now what's being recreated, right? The new Babylon, the new world order where everything is under one. And through America's fall, the reincarnation, the 10 horns. Okay, the 10 horns, and under the 10 horns, they will assume power 1 hour with the beast, Drago, who took down the dragon, which takes down America, right? Seeing all of it play out in the movie Rocky IV, we're going to see the 10 horns rule in the same manner of Nimrod, okay? Through the reincarnation through America's death and destruction, the resurrection will be the New World Order. They've also called it the Great Reset. Under the power of Rome, once again, the 10 horns, under the ancient Roman Empire. So America was just there for a time to get things ready for the ancient Roman Empire to gain the power back. But here we have Tammuz, the 10th month of the civil year and the 4th month of the ecclesiastical year on the Hebrew calendar. Not our Hebrew calendar. All right. Those people whose workings are after the coming of Satan, their Hebrew calendar. It says the name of the month was adopted from the Assyrian and Babylonian month, Aradamuzu, named in honor of the Mesopotamian deity Dumazid. There it is. Okay, so we can understand. So it's important to know this history so we can have the connection from one age to the next to understand what's going on here. So let's now go back into the history of where this began. We go to Genesis chapter 6. Verse 1 tells us, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. And the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and took them wives of all which they chose. So I'm going to drop down to verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. All right. Men of infamy. Men that would go throughout the ages and become your gods and demigods. Fallen angels as the gods, the giants as demigods. So now going through the different cultures, from one culture to the next, one empire to the next, you see these different names. They're all synonymous. Apollo, Osiris, right? Apollo, Nimrod. Okay. Adonis, Tammuz, Adonis, Horus. And through this story, we have reincarnation. We have a death, destruction, and a reincarnation that happens. But understanding that this is their religion. Okay. This is their religion. And we've shown this also here. Our graph here of this cult of Baal. The powerful death cult, ruling earth for all recorded human history. Under this cult, what do you have? Baal worship, human sacrifice. And you see at the top, the Canaanites. Okay, here goes your Osiris. Here goes your Nimrod. Okay, so they put all of this stuff in their movies. The same people, Man of Sin, Son of Perdition, Mystery of Iniquity, working in Hollywood, putting all this stuff into their movies. It's a religion. Okay. Their movies are just a religious, it's just the show aspect of their religion where they can show it to you in theater and give it to you in a way where they're worshiping these gods, telling the same story of these deities in a more, somewhat, folklore type way. Fantasy type way, but still the same underlying theme of these gods being worshipped and reverenced. And I had to go here first before we go into the further information of what's going on right now, so we understand. So when we go through the information, we can understand what's really going on, that this is a ritual we're seeing happening. So let us now go over to our, let's go here. Okay, let us go here off of thedebrief.org. NASA and CERN are gearing up for tests during this month's solar eclipse. Okay. This article just came out today, April 5th, 2024. NASA and CERN are gearing up for tests during this month's solar eclipse. Now, we've talked about NASA extensively more recently, how NASA also being a cultic organization. We talked about Jack Parsons, who was a student, an apprentice of Aleister Crowley, okay, who was looking to open up portals, right? Open up portals and get something in from the other side. He was said to be a rocket scientist, okay, rocket engineer, the father of rocket jet propulsion, okay. But however, right, going out into the heavens, however, the main part of their belief system was travel, was portal travel. Okay, teleportation, traveling through portals, opening up portals. And we fast forward over to CERN. It's the same thing. We're talking about them opening up portals for travel, space, to travel through space and time. Okay, because you're not going to be able to travel up into the heavens and get to the Most High's throne through rocket ships. Okay, not the way the time is set up. All right, that's why you call it light years. They understand why they would put it in their movies, light years. When you travel through space, you must travel light years to get there. If you're not traveling at the speed of light, you're not going to get there. But a portal, on the other hand, connects one point to the other. So it's an instantaneous travel to travel through a portal. Okay, so their science, their sorcery is primarily based upon portal travel, teleportation with the rocket ship, Elon Musk firing SpaceX rockets up in the sky. That's more of a cover. Okay, they'll never be able to go out into the firmament to get to the Most High that way. That's just a cover to make it sound, we're going to travel through planets and all this type of nonsense. We're going to go on the moon and set up colonies, and we're going to live on Mars. All nonsense. Okay, when you know that planets don't exist, then you know that they're lying. Okay, this is portal travel, and how many of you all, we talking about NASA here? What was NASA also known for within their space missions? There it is, Apollo. Okay, Apollo, a big operation for the space program was under the Apollo space program. Okay, so all of this stuff connects, family. When we're seeing what's happening right now, real time in our reality, this is a ritual. This is a religion. These people are serious about their religion. Okay, and they're doing these things unto the sacrifice and service of their gods. Okay, looking to invoke the power of their gods in our reality real time. So when we go back to Revelations 9:11, and we're going to break this chapter down some more here later. That's what we're seeing happening right now. This is what we're seeing with this particular angel. Revelation 9:11. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon or Apollo. Okay. They're looking to open up this pit to get their gods, and not just this God, others, to come out of this portal, out of this pit, into our reality real time. Let me not put too much out there before we go into it. Let us go into the next video and we'll come back. Okay. We're going to come back. It says major events surrounding the April 8th solar eclipse, fair use.
The solar eclipse on April 8th is becoming a major event. The National Guard is being deployed, and the people are being advised to have 2 weeks of food and to fill their fuel tanks. This could all be explained due to the fact that tens of thousands of visitors are expected along the path of totality. But many people believe that they could be preparing for possible earthquakes due to the Devil Comet aligning with the April 8th eclipse, and due to the fact that in 1811, a comet also appeared in the skies during a solar eclipse on the same path and was followed by the biggest earthquakes in American history. Known as the New Madrid earthquakes, around 10,000 earthquakes occurred in just 3 months' time, the biggest being measured at 8.8 magnitude. They were the most devastating series of earthquakes in recorded history. But it was a different comet, and while some claim that a solar eclipse can trigger earthquakes, this scenario seems unlikely. This eclipse season is, however, a very rare event. The recent eclipses in August of 2017 and October of 2023, along with the upcoming one on April 8th, forms an Aleph and a Tav over the United States. The Aleph and Tav are the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. These eclipses mark the end of the great year, a 26,000-year period that starts anew with the dawning of Aquarius and a new golden age. Manly P. Hall wrote that high-level Masons designed America for a peculiar and particular purpose, a secret destiny to bring about a new Atlantis.
And stay tuned, family. We will be going here soon. Talked about it. They've had plans for America before they discovered America. So what we're seeing happening right now is a ritual. All of this is dark magic. Okay, high-level wizardry and sorcery happening right now to bring about their end game for America that they've had before they discovered America. Okay, when Christopher Columbus and them knew about the what the scripture calls Arsareth, reading in scripture, they had a plan for America then before they came over here and finally was able to discover, in their narrative, discover America. When the Northern Kingdom was already here, Israelites were already here, the natives were already here. Okay, we're going to be going into this soon, so we can understand again. They've been planning this stuff out for centuries, for ages.
Designed America for a peculiar and particular purpose, a secret destiny to bring about a new Atlantis or a new world order, wherein a king descended of a divine race will rule over all. In rituals, this king is symbolized as Apollo, Horus, or Nimrod.
There it is. Now, I haven't watched this video, family. Again, I'll tell you how the spirit works. Okay, I haven't watched this video. And just what we just broke down about Apollo is being said in this video. So I'm watching this video for the first time with you all, and look at how the Most High works. This information comes in real time and confirms in the spirit of what's being brought out.
King is symbolized as Apollo, world order, wherein a king descended of a divine race will rule over all. In rituals, this king is symbolized as Apollo, Horus, or Nimrod, the father of Freemasonry, and is thought to be a descendant of the biblical Nephilim, or the Sumerian Anunnaki. According to Thomas Horn, this will happen in 2025, which corresponds...
There goes that year. We're going to talk about this year some more later. We keep seeing this year, 2025. According to Thomas R. Horn, not sure who he is, it says countdown to the secret destiny of America. He says that this is going to take place in 2025.
To several documents published by intelligence agencies, such as Global Governance 2025, Global Trends 2025, and the 2025 Deagle Forecast on World Population. NASA is notorious for performing Masonic rituals.
NASA, and there goes that Drago. There goes a Drago, serpent. Okay, more on NASA and the serpent here in a moment. NASA is known for free Masonic rituals.
Masonic rituals based on the Egyptian mystery schools. A 2025 Deagle forecast on world population. NASA is notorious for performing Masonic rituals based on the Egyptian mystery schools.
Based on the Egyptian mystery schools. It's the reason why you'll see a lot of Egyptian constructs within Freemasonry. You see the pyramid on the dollar bill. You see pyramids all over the place. Obelisk in Washington, D.C. All this stuff built upon these same deities that have been worshipped from one culture to the next. They worship all of them. They just call them different names, but it's all the same gods. So, of course, they would worship the Babylonian gods and the Egyptian gods and within Roman culture because it's the same deity. Okay? They're just worshiping them when they were, being worshipped during that time period.
Apollo being the same character as Horus.
And again, I have not seen this video yet, family. And we had just showed you this emblem, this exact same emblem of Apollo and NASA. I didn't even know any of this Apollo stuff was even in this video at all. Just so people know that this, it came in the spirit. It did not come from stuff that I had already saw. The Most High's power is out this world.
Sirius representing Isis, and Atlantis being the new golden age they hope to restore. And during the eclipse on April 8th, NASA will fire 3 rockets named after Apep, the Egyptian serpent god.
Had this article already ready to go. We'll get to it in a moment. But NASA is launching at the same time of this eclipse 3 rockets named Apep after the Egyptian serpent god. Who is NASA? All right, who is NASA?
Goal was to devour Ra, the sun. And when the sun reemerges after 3 minutes of darkness, it will be likened to the rebirth of Horus, their new king of the Golden Age. CERN, known for practicing occult rituals at a statue of Shiva, the Hindu god who symbolizes death, destruction, and the end of an age, will be firing up their Large Hadron Collider to full power during the solar eclipse. And Israel, who is in the midst of committing genocide, is preparing to sacrifice a red heifer, a ritual sacrifice to prepare them for taking back the Temple Mount.
Red heifers, to be precise. Some Jews and Christians believe they're the key to rebuilding the historic Jewish temple in Jerusalem and to beckoning the Messiah. To understand, you have to go back nearly 2,000.
And we're going to go into that red heifer madness later too. All right, this is total madness. All right, this is for the Zionist Christians out there who are caught up in that doctrine, or going to get caught up in these false prophets with this madness. Okay.
Christians believe they're the key to rebuilding the historic Jewish temple in Jerusalem and to beckoning the Messiah. To understand, you have to go back nearly 2,000 years when the ancient Romans destroyed the last temple in the city. To rebuild it, these believers point to the Bible's book of Numbers. It commands the Israelites to sacrifice a red heifer without defect or blemish, and that has never been under a yoke. Only then can the temple rise again. Those sacred cows were showcased in Washington at a recent prayer gathering. Many evangelicals believe these red heifers will usher Christ's second coming.
And we need the Messiah to come, right? So for me, the red heifer, it's red for the blood of Jesus Christ.
A massive altar.
Listen to this madness, family. For him, the heifer is red for the blood of Jesus Christ. You want to see, these are these Zionist Christians. I used to be one of them. I used to believe this doctrine back in the day. I wasn't deep in it, but I, followed it at the time and thought that was this was the real doctrine, right? You get up here and they get to philosophizing. Oh, the red of the red heifer represents the blood of Jesus Christ. Nowhere in Scripture at all does it say that. But if you're a Christian and you're not reading your Bible, you can easily be deceived by these false prophets that Christ warned us of in Matthew 24 that would come.
A massive altar already awaits, where the heifers are to be burned.
According to some believers, the ceremony needs to be performed right here on the Mount of Olives, looking directly into where the temple once stood. But something else now stands in its place.
Once they forcibly take the Temple Mount away from billions of Muslims worldwide, it will predictably thrust the world into the peak of chaos that these secret societies have been designing for centuries. And their plan is to bring order out of this chaos, with their divine king to rule over the world. But these are just rituals, and fear is an illusion. We can always choose love. Reporting for InfoWars.
And within their deception of Zionist Christianity is things like the Antichrist is going to sit in the Temple Mount. And that's what 2 Thessalonians 2 was talking about. That's what they would teach. But we've already, as a church, revealed to people who that man of sin is. It's not the Antichrist. Are they Antichrist? Absolutely they are. But there are many of them. That man of sin is Amalek. Okay. Them that say they are and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Now, it doesn't mean that all this stuff that they're saying isn't going to happen in some form or fashion, but understand that it's not in the Bible. Okay. This is the Masonic ritual and deception that they're initiating to deceive gullible Christians. So let me go here. We'll deal with this red heifer madness real quick, and then we'll move on. We talk about the red heifer. Okay, there's only one place in Scripture you're going to read about a red heifer. Okay, when you go back here to Numbers 19, verse 2, we'll start at verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord hath commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they bring thee a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. Okay, so this was under the time of Moses and Aaron that they were commanded to do this. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. Okay. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin, her flesh, and her blood with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the even. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so what does this have to do with the third temple being built in Israel and them sacrificing red heifers? Okay, nothing in here where it talks about four red heifers. Okay, this was something done under the Old Testament during this time, and that was it. This is not prophecy. Okay, this is not prophecy. You only read it here. This was a law of for purification. That was it. But they somehow, through Zionist Christendom, have come up with a whole doctrine. The man of sin has come up with a whole doctrine to give Christians and say, hey, when you see the red heifers being sacrificed, understand the third temple is about to be built. Nowhere in the Scripture talk about a third temple. Okay. But when they start to do these things, Christians will see that and believe that their leaders are true prophets, and they'll continue to follow them into damnation. All right. They'll follow them into taking and receiving the mark of the beast because they're under the deception that, wow, these prophecies happening just like they said it would, haven't read no scriptures to see if the scriptures say this, okay, and they'll be led right off the cliff to destruction following this doctrine. Okay, so I wanted to make sure I went here to show everybody what the whole red heifer, hysteria was all about. This is it right here. So, you don't have to worry about trying to figure out what is all that about. Okay, there it is. So if somehow you formulate a doctrine out of that into a temple, a third temple being built, and the Antichrist sitting in a temple, if you formulate a doctrine out of that, right, what we just read, then, and that's what you really believe, you are greatly deceived. Strong delusion. Okay, but let us keep going here. Coming back from being diverted from what the Bible would call, let me pull it up here for you all, what this red heifer madness is, and the Antichrist, and the rapture, all this stuff they're going to get people caught up in. I'm going to tell you what the Bible calls it. Titus chapter 1, verse 4 tells us what? Well, let's start at verse 12. This whole chapter is good. It says, one of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said, the Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. This witness is true. Okay, meaning the doctrine that we teach is true. What they're teaching is deception. Wherefore rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith. Okay, you cannot make scriptures and turn them into your own doctrine. There must be precepts that line up to prove what they're teaching, like the red heifer, the Antichrist, the rapture. There are no scriptures that prove any of that. Rebuke them sharply that they may be sound in the faith. Verse 14, not giving heed to Jewish fables. That's what it is. Okay. When you start talking about red heifers and third temples and raptures and Antichrist, the Antichrist, it's a Jewish fable. Don't give heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. It's the Wizard of Oz. Okay, it's the Wizards of Oz waving their wand because people are still lost up in the mystery of iniquity. And if you keep reading in that chapter, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, it talks about the strong delusion that comes now. Because within this same doctrine, they teach you the law is done away with. So that keeps you in sin. Okay. And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish. So with the man of sin comes all of the unrighteousness and getting you to follow suit in all of the unrighteousness, which leaves you in a state of confusion. Okay. No wisdom, no knowledge, no Holy Spirit. Right. Look at the black community today. That man of sin working to keep us in that state of confusion to where we're in total mystery. Okay. Total dumbfoundedness. Don't know up from down and down from up. Listening to these people. Listening to the Jewish fables that turn us from the truth into that culture and in that unrighteous, wicked, evil culture that they have us in, that we've latched onto, that they promote, right? We end up what? Destroyed. Son of perdition, right? So let's keep going here. So there's a ritual going on right now. Okay, they're firing up the CERN Hadron Collider. They're firing up the NASA rockets. They're getting this ritual for their gods. Okay, because they're dedicated and they have a purpose. Within this ritual, they are purpose that something is going to take place to further empower them in this war that we're in. Okay, in this war that Paul speaks about in Ephesians chapter 6, that we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, but the rulers of darkness. Okay, these principalities. So when we come here, this is the CERN official website. Here you see the 666. Okay. Accelerator report. The accelerator complex gears up for action after the yearly winter maintenance break. We showed this last broadcast. If you come down here, what do you see happening? You come down, they're telling you all the different dates that they're looking to do this, that, and the third on. We see 3/22, March 22nd. They're firing up CERN for target physics. Okay, and then when you come up here to April the 8th, which is the day of the eclipse, they are doing a downstream of the PS booster of the CERN apparatus. So it's not the eclipse or the sun or the moon that's going to be doing anything on any date, that date or any other date. Okay, it's them and their workings after Satan, their rituals and their sorcery at work, that they'll say it was because of the sun. The eclipse caused this to happen. Okay, the sun caused a solar flare, caused this to happen. They'll blame it on the eclipse when it's really these dark workings that they're doing behind the scene. They're again, smoke and mirrors. Well, they got you focused on. They got you focused looking up in the sky. What's the Wizard of Oz doing? He's performing his smoke and mirrors. Got you distracted while he's destroying you, and he has something else going on. Right? And we had the broadcast on this. We talked about it. While they got you focused looking up in the sky at eclipses, he's working behind the curtains doing all types of witchcraft. Okay. This cult of Baal. This is a religious initiative ritual happening right now. People are being initiated into the pure doctrine of Lucifer it's on the horizon. That's coming. Okay, so a lot of this stuff that's coming out right now, these sexual scandals and all that, is to get your mind acclimated to hearing it, so they can initiate you into it, to accept it. Okay, people will eventually accept it as part of life because they will have been initiated into it, and they too will become victims and victimizers when it's all said and done. Right? Now let's come back here to so we've seen from the devil's mouth the portals being opened up on April 8th through CERN. What are they looking for? Daily Mail. CERN to test world's most powerful particle accelerator. During April's solar eclipse to search for invisible matter that secretly powers our universe. They are searching for invisible matter that secretly powers our universe. Large Hadron Collider will smash atoms together on April the 8th. The experiment hopes to discover subatomic particles that exist inside atoms. New $20 billion accelerator will kick on in the 2040s. So why are they doing it on this date? What is in particular the reason for doing it on April the 8th? Why not another date? Because it's all part of the ritual. They worship the sun. They worship the moon. They worship the eclipse. Okay, it's a sign to them that if they get more power through their magic by doing it on such a time, such a peculiar, once in a lifetime event. The world's largest and most powerful particle accelerator is set to smash protons together on April 8th to search for invisible particles secretly powering our universe. Now the team has restarted the LHC with hopes of unraveling more mysteries of the universe, specifically dark matter. They are looking to open up the world, open things up to expose the world to dark matter. When really, any mysteries they're looking to unravel, they should be looking in the Bible and seeking the Holy Spirit to unravel those mysteries. There is no deeper knowledge or wisdom than the Most High God, but Satan has given them the perverted wisdom. Okay, where they worship man and man's technology and man's creation. So therefore, they will use what man has created in the Hadron Collider to search out dark matter. What are they doing? Opening up portals, and they're about to release hell on earth. Through these portals, specifically, what we read in Revelations 9:11. We read the king to the bottomless pit, the angel of the bottomless pit, the king over them. When they talk about Nimrod and Apollo and all these, this is who they're looking to, they call them these names. It's Satan. Okay. The pure doctrine of Lucifer. They are invoking Satan into our reality and opening up hell and unleashing hell in our reality. So when they talk about invisible matter, right? Because I don't really think anything physically is going to happen on the April 8th. It could, not saying it won't, but anytime they're, got people in a hysteric panic over this date, understand that, probably nothing going to happen. Hype it all up, get people all hyped up, only to later snatch the rug up under their feet. Okay. But get them to participate in the ritual. We need your energy, looking up at the sky, participating in the ritual. Right? But there will be spiritual things happening, invisible things happening that we will not see by the naked eye. Okay? Spiritual entities being released into our reality. Okay? So there is the article there. And before I go there, let me come to this video here to start to wrap up on CERN before we move to the next part of
Hey, internet friends, what
is happening on that date. We have April 8, 2024 solar eclipse is getting really weird. Let's check this out. Fair use.
What's going on with this total solar eclipse set to darken our skies on April the 8th? Several states have declared a state of emergency preemptively out of an abundance of caution. Meanwhile, NASA has announced they plan to launch 3 rockets 260 miles above the Earth during the eclipse. And CERN, or the European Organization for Nuclear Research, decided it would be a good time to fire up the world's largest and most powerful particle accelerator on April 8th. Why on April 8th is CERN doing this? Well, they say it's to search for invisible particles secretly powering our universe. Lay off, okay? That's all. Today we're going to talk about all the crazy stuff happening on April 8th. We're going to dive into the significance of eclipses across the spiritual and occult worlds, dating back to ancient civilizations. We'll also talk about major historical events coinciding with eclipses. So let's begin. In the occult world, esoterica, and some schools of Hermeticism, eclipses represent powerful celestial body alignments, acting as portals to spiritual worlds. And with the ability to harness that energy for such a short duration as our world is cast into shadow, eclipses are seen as an opportunity for karmic cleansing, manifestation, and ceremonial acts performed both on an individual level and even mass consortium, or like a cabal. A cabal to bring out whatever intention. If I had to guess, English occultist Aleister Crowley and his followers would be performing some sort of sex magic ceremony during the eclipse, some kind of freaky deaky thing. And they wouldn't miss it for the world. It just so happens that Aleister Crowley began writing the Book of the Law on April 8th.
So Aleister Crowley, who said that he got his book of the law from an entity named Aiwass that looked like an alien, which we know is a demon, gave him that book from hell, the book of the law, or do as thou wilt. You can do whatever you want. It's said to have penned that book starting April the 8th. Just to throw another tidbit in there for y'all.
Which he claimed Aiwass allegedly dictated to him, a voice he encountered on his honeymoon in Cairo, Egypt. He went...
There it goes. We'll be talking about those characters too, what they would call grays and green men, little spacemen. We're going to be talking about them here later too, because again, they have you looking up at the skies. What are they getting everybody so programmed for looking up in the skies for? Okay, somebody will go ahead and just drop it now. Project Bluebeam, right? Serge Manasse, who actually was the one who, through his investigative journalism, discovered the Project Bluebeam operation and said that it would be launched around the year 2025. That would be the year they would launch their Project Bluebeam, which is holograms that they would use to deceive people of stuff in the skies. Okay, fake alien invasion, a return of Christ, a rapture. All these things was what he said was in his discovery through his investigative journalism. And for those who have seen those particular broadcasts, you would remember that information we've gone into. But these are the characters that they would tell you are aliens. They are demons that they open up portals to let in, and they invoke through their wizardry and their witchcraft. But Aleister Crowley, nonetheless, got this book of the law on April 8th.
To Exhibit 666 in Cairo's museum to write down his book of occult magic philosophy, which kind of ended up invigorating the lost traditions of magic in the West, especially amongst the upper echelon. Side note, imagine being on your honeymoon and your new husband decides to squirrel himself away to channel an Egyptian god demon and get out the typewriter. Talk about needing a margarita. Big time. Anyway, the general idea is that eclipses are associated with themes of transition, rebirth, and the passage of time, or the beginning of an era. Astrologically speaking, eclipses are seen as times of transition and epiphany. They showcase the interconnectivity of the universe, its cycle, and its rhythm. In Native American belief, which varies greatly from one tribe to the next, eclipses were often viewed as times of chaos and disturbance, when the world's normal order was suddenly thrown out of whack. During these eclipses, I'm sure they observed the circadian rhythm of nature being disturbed, especially in nocturnal animals coming out while there was an eclipse and birds going to sleep, that sort of thing. Much like in Chinese culture, some Native American beliefs centered around the eclipse as birds or dragons from the heavens eating the sun or the moon.
There goes that dragon. So in other cultures, they look at eclipses as the dragon eating the sun or the moon,
representing the endless battle between light and dark. Curiously, there's some continuity spanning across cultures and time. These ceremonies performed during eclipses to ensure a positive outcome, a return to natural order, and for light to defeat the darkness. Of course, the New Testament describes the darkness during Jesus' crucifixion, which some historians believe was an eclipse. Several important events throughout history have happened at the same time as these eclipses, like the death of Julius Caesar or the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Or the North American eclipse of 1865 shortly after the end of the American Civil War. The moon casts a shadow on the Earth during a solar eclipse, whereas during a lunar eclipse, the moon is shadowed when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. On April 8, 2024, there will be a total solar eclipse that can be seen all throughout North America. The path of totality, spanning 115 miles from Mexico to Texas to Maine, will see the sun disappear for up to 4 minutes and 28 seconds, making it one of the longest eclipses of the 21st century. But the reason I wanted to make this video is never in my life have I seen so many news alerts and mainstream media fear being spread about an eclipse. I certainly don't remember it with the 2017 eclipse, do you? Residents along the line of totality are being urged to stock up on 1 or 2 weeks of food in advance. Schools are being canceled, presumably because of the onslaught of tourists there to witness the total solar eclipse. There will be a lot of traffic, but New York prisons are also going to be locked down, and several states have issued states of emergency. State emergencies are usually reserved for disasters, wherein the government may be granted additional authority to help ensure public safety and address the major issue. During this time, they can call in extra police, firefighters, FEMA, or even the military to assist. And I'm sure y'all remember during health epidemics, the government uses a state of emergency to isolate and quarantine people. And at this time,
And let's not forget, family, we went over it last week, that also you're seeing they're already starting to roll out National Guard being deployed during this eclipse also. Okay, just more to throw in there of them rolling out the National Guard at the same time with this eclipse.
it's within the rights of state governments to implement new rules, which we're not going to call laws, to address the issue. Like I said before, NASA has announced they plan to launch 3 rockets 260 miles above the Earth during the eclipse. These rockets are called Apep rockets. It's interesting to note that Apep was the ancient Egyptian god of chaos who embodied darkness and disorder, and was thus the opponent of light and the god of order and truth.
The ancient god of chaos, Apep. Okay, and if anybody remembers during the Kemeton trial, Polite named himself Apep, for those that are familiar with that history or not, but that's a topic for another time. But yes, this rocket operation is being named after Apep, again, because we're going back to Genesis 6, those mighty men of renown. They will be worshipped throughout the ages, and them looking to release the angel from the bottomless pit who was king over them.
Truth. NASA aims to gather data on how the sudden dimming of sunlight during an eclipse impacts the ionosphere, causing disturbances that could disrupt communications, it said in a statement. I wonder if that includes solar flares. The rockets will launch at 3 different times, 45 minutes before, during, and 45 minutes after the peak local eclipse. Oh, and I almost forgot. During the eclipse, a horned comet known as the Devil Comet is said to make an appearance. Apparently, this horned comet, this Devil Comet, has just been chilling up there in the sky for most of March, but you'll be able to see it during the solar eclipse, they say. We certainly look forward to that. Furthermore, CERN's stated mission is to uncover what the universe is made of and how it works. If you remember, back in 2016, they did a whole mock ritual human sacrifice at the courtyard of CERN. I'm not making this up. Honestly, the more I talk in this video, the more it just sounds like I'm making stuff up, but I'm not. They did all that back in 2016. Red robes, the whole shebang, okay? Anyway, the Geneva Particle Physics Research Complex, CERN, naturally plans to test the world's most powerful particle accelerator during the April 8th solar eclipse to search for invisible matter that secretly powers the universe. I just imagine while they're firing up this thing, this particle accelerator, they have their low-level employees just doing Gothard Tunnel twerking to Lizzo in her memory. Much like CERN, the World Economic Forum, also located in Geneva, their logo also features the 666.
Now check it out. CERN and the World Economic Forum are both located in Geneva, Switzerland. And of course, you see the 666 here with CERN, and you have the 666 for the World Economic Forum. But not only the 666 for the World Economic Forum, what else?
Because of course it does. But the WEF logo is an eclipse, which is also sort of interesting.
The WEF logo is also an eclipse. So is this the time the WEF, a main point in time for them that they're looking forward to launching their great reset that they've been screaming and crying and begging for since 2020?
if this is your first video on this channel, the WEF is basically like the New World Order plan they publicize every year and brag about in an eat the bugs, live in the pod, own nothing accent, and the Great Reset and all that. You got it. You're up to speed. So some of y'all are asking me what's going to happen during the eclipse. I say probably nothing. While we're all looking that way, what's going on in the other direction? It's got Y2K hype, big time, bigly. So either nothing or it's just a bunch of occultists under letter agencies summoning demons. They attempt that like every single week, so no big deal. It's either a kickoff point or it's the MO of control by fear or it's nothing, and we're just going to wave at the double comment flying by, okay? What do you think? Let me know. I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you.
So while they got everybody and their mama looking up at the sky to see what's going on, who's looking at the ground to see what's going on the ground, right? And before we get there, let me pull it up for you all. 1 second here. Make sure I get the right slide. Here we go. Let me show you all this. So when you look at the history of CERN, it says Apollyon the Destroyer. A large portion of CERN is located in the territory of Saint Genus Poly, or Apollo. That Poly there that you see is Apollo. Okay, so even CERN itself is located in a territory named after Apollo. In Roman times, it was called Apolliacum. The town and a temple were dedicated to Apollyon the Destroyer. Okay, keep talking about this destruction, but you also have, not only was Apollo known as the Destroyer, Adonis, who was Horus, and also Shiva. Okay, Shiva, also known as the Destroyer, right? And CERN just happens to have their logo as the 666. Can't make this stuff up, family. And we come over here to Wikipedia. In Hinduism, and it's just these same gods worshipped, these same gods and demigods worshipped within East Indians culture, which is Babylonian. They're the original Babylonians. Eastern mysticism. Okay, the great god, one of the principal deities of Hinduism. He is the supreme being in Shaivism. Okay, also known as the Destroyer, right? The Destroyer. And then what do you have in, 1 second here, let me switch back here. You all can see this. You also have, so here it is on Wikipedia, Shiva the Destroyer, and that information I just read. But also when you come over here to CERN, and you just simply type in CERN and Shiva, you also have the Shiva statue dancing, doing the death dance. Because that's what Shiva does, is the death dance. Okay? What comes with Shiva? Death. What do you see Shiva dancing in front of? A portal. And they want to open the portal to find invisible matter and dark matter. And they're doing it on April the 8th. All right. This is the ritualistic worship of these gods. Okay. Releasing them from the bottomless pit their chief god Satan. And so while everybody's looking up in the sky, nobody's looking at what's going on the ground. It says this is getting absurd. Now no trucks allowed on the highways due to the solar eclipse, mostly commercial trucks. Why would the shadow of the moon matter so much that now they have to ban most trucks? Okay, so they're banning certain trucks from traveling on this date. So what does that mean? No commerce. Resources are being put in idle or on standby. They would otherwise be traveling to get to the place they need to get to so that you could have your resources. So again, this is a foreshadowing, and this is a insight of them using these events to now control things like food, water, resources, even maybe even yourself being able to travel. They could just say that there is a solar event, right? They can just blame the heavens. And because of that, now they can start shutting stuff down. It's no different than what they did in 2020 when they blamed it on a cold or a flu. More on that here later also. Okay, it's the same problem, reaction, solution. At the end of the day, it's you being sheltered in place or you being in a scenario where you have no resource. Also, speaking of Freemasonry, when you go within Freemasonry, what do they have to say about the sun and the moon? It's off of freemasoninformation.com. It says, between the sun and moon, a master mason is born. Between the sun and moon, a master mason is born. So we're seeing something birthed out of this eclipse between the sun and the moon. This is a Masonic ritual. Okay, we showed the connections between Judaism and Freemasonry. Okay, this is a total occultic ritual happening here. They're looking to bring something forth out of this date. And so here's the video of NASA rocket launch. We're going to now talk about this NASA rocket launch.
NASA's rocket launch they're doing on April 8th just got a little bit weirder. So listen to this. NASA plans to launch 3 rockets during the solar eclipse named Atmospheric Perturbations Around the Eclipse Path, or APEP, right? Well, on this Forbes article, APEP is named after the serpent deity from ancient Egyptian mythology, nemesis of the sun deity, okay? But Wikipedia says that APEP was the ancient Egyptian deity who embodied darkness and disorder. Now, they're launching these rockets at 15:33. That's 3:33 in the afternoon. You know, they love their numbers. Now, apparently they're doing it to collect data on how the sudden dimming of sunlight during an eclipse impacts the ionosphere, causing disturbances that could disrupt communications. They've been talking about all kinds of cyber this or solar flare that, so who knows what's going to happen on April 8th? What should you do when this damn sun gets blocked out by the moon? Honestly, I don't know, but millions and millions of people's attentions are going to be on one point, and having everyone focusing at one single point, who knows, some people think there could be some sort of ritual going on with all the other strangeness, like CERN getting turned on as well. So maybe at 3:33 Eastern Standard Time on April 8th, we should be meditating to manifest an optimal timeline reality so we don't get put on a very strange timeline, because they're turning on CERN too, man. That's already sketchy in itself. NASA.
And so here's the article. And I'm not going to go too much into it because we've pretty much covered it already extensively with some of these videos we've watched. You will get all these articles and references. I'm just going to be skimming through them for time's sake. I want to try to get through here in about an hour, but still a lot more to unpack here. Okay, because through this event, through this ritual, things are happening in our reality that's going to impact and affect every one of us when it comes to sustaining and surviving. Okay. And for those who do not have Christ and the Most High are going to get caught off guard because nobody's paying attention and knows what's going on. They think that this is a fun everybody's getting their glasses and like they can't wait to look up in the sky. Everybody's under a spell right now, not paying attention to what this really means. Okay, they're about to get caught off guard like they did in 2020. It says why NASA will fire 3 rockets at the solar eclipse. This is off Forbes. Okay, when you come down here, it says serpent deity. So even Forbes is telling you about the serpent deity because they named this atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse path, which when you use the abbreviation for that, it is APEP. It says we'll investigate how that drop in sunlight in temperature affects Earth's upper atmosphere. That's the reason they say they're sending this out into space. For when the sun is and the moon are blocking the other out, how does the atmosphere respond? What is the atmosphere and the temperature? What's all going on up there? They're said to be testing all that. But this so happens to be, out of all the things that this could abbreviate to, it abbreviates to APAP, which is a serpent deity named after a serpent deity from ancient Egyptian mythology, nemesis of the sun deity Ra, according to NASA. So when you understand NASA's origin and you know about the history of Jack Parsons and all of this, this should make perfect sense to what's really going on here. All right. NASA is a military, an esoteric, occultic military organization running rituals. Okay. Opening up portals, working in conjunction with other organizations like CERN. Okay. To manipulate and to shape our reality after the fashion of hell. So the same way the Most High would say in our Lord's Prayer, that it be done on earth as it in heaven. Well, guess what Satan's prayer would be? Let it be done on earth as in hell. Okay, so they are opening up the door to hell. And it doesn't mean that it's just going to be all chaos on April 8th. Okay, this is a progression here. If you look around in our society, in our reality, things are becoming more chaotic, more confusion because they continue these rituals and little by little they're opening up more and opening up more and it's accumulating. So it's an accumulating of what we read in Revelation 18 with America becoming an habitation of devils, where the chickens are coming home to roost. The chickens don't all land at once. They're landing one at a time and building up and accumulating in swarms. Okay, the demons are accumulating and gathering. All right, and a lot of it is through the sin. The man of sin promoting sin in our reality then gives them power to then to bring about these events. It empowers them. It empowers the gods they worship. Right? So that's that. Let's go to our next piece here. Let me make sure I'm staying in order. Also, what a coincidence with NASA and CERN doing what they're doing. And we talk about a serpent deity up in Egypt with APAP, with the rockets that NASA is said to be launching. Here on Cleveland.com, it says, will Devil Comet provide added excitement during April 8th total solar eclipse? So not only do you have all that going on with CERN and NASA, but you also have what they're saying is a devil comet flying by during this eclipse. Let's check it out. It's never ending, family. Right? The way they script this reality is just pure comedy. It says the total solar eclipse on April 8th will feature more than the moon covering up the sun. It also will reveal planets, which we know don't exist. Okay, there are no such thing as planets. Venus and Jupiter. And possibly comet 12P Pons Brook that comes around every 71 years. Now, again, notice how they name what's in the sky after their gods. Venus, Jupiter. When they launch stuff up in the sky, Apep. Or what did we have here earlier? What did we have here earlier? We had Apollo. Right? So notice how everything they name is after their gods. Okay? It's the involuntary worshiping of angels that Paul warns about in Colossians. This is getting you to acknowledge by talking about the planets, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter. You know, you believe in that there's planets, is you giving involuntary worship to those deities. Okay? The Apollo mission, the APEP mission, okay? Getting your worship, your energy, your belief, your mind wrapped around it being true. While Pons Brooks, dubbed the Devil Comet, could be an added treat to the whole eclipse experiments, astronomers are cautious about hyping it up too much because seeing it may be difficult, especially with the naked eye. Okay, so again, if looking up at the sky at the eclipse and looking up at rockets being launched up by NASA wasn't enough, now they got people hyped up that you may also get the chance to see the Devil Comet flying by in the sky. All right, everybody looking up in the sky on April 8th. Okay, I could tell you one person who won't be looking up at the sky on that date. All right. I can tell you one person that won't be. As Jeremiah 10 tells us not to be dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed. Okay? Because they worship what comes out and what has come out the sky, fallen angels. Okay? And their sons. But there's just more to add into this whole story, this whole Hollywood script. Okay? The Devil Comet. All right, we see the devil. The devil's all in the details, family. He's hard to miss here. Now, I want to talk about, now we spoke about Revelation 9. I want to go to this chapter. Let's read Revelation 9:1 once again. And then we're going to look more in this chapter. Okay, this is Revelation 9:1. It says, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. So we've broken that down. Okay, Apollyon being Apollo, the death and resurrection, the connection to Adonis, the other deities, Nimrod, Osiris, Tammuz, Horus, Adonis. Okay, we've broken all that down, and that now they're looking to open up this portal during this time, April 8th, to let out their king. Now, when it says they had a king over them, who is the them? Well, let's go up to here to Revelations 9:1. Let's go to verse 1. It says, and the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. Okay, so that star is an angel. So that would be similar to what we saw earlier with Apollo falling. Okay, we saw a star. Well, Apollo was a star. Okay. We also seen Carl Weathers die 2 months ago. A star fell. We saw a star fall. Okay. I'm just showing you this is not what the scripture is saying. I'm showing you that they're within their Hollywood, within their sorcery, they put these subliminals in their movies, in their entertainment. Okay, a star fall, death and resurrected through Adonis, but nonetheless, this star fell and had the key to the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. So here we see the sun. It's like we talk about this eclipse. Okay. The sun being darkened. And again, I'm not saying that this is the fulfillment of April 8th. I'm just showing you, right, what they would use during a time to invoke their magic. But nonetheless, okay, Satan knows scriptures, right? So he can put subliminals all within entertainment and our reality to give us, you know, some direction of pointing to the truth, to get us to see what the truth is. So he can't be held liable on Judgment Day that you didn't know the truth. He told you the truth. He told you what was going to happen. He put it all out there. And whether you know, wanted to believe the truth or not is your choice. But what came out of the smoke of this pit as the sun is darkened? And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. Now hold that real quick, and let's go over here to this article now. New York Post, trillions of cicadas last seen when Thomas Jefferson was president to swarm U.S. for first time in over 200 years. It will be the first time in 221 years that two types of cicadas brood 21, or what is that? That's a 10 and a 19, or a 9. 19, brood 19 and 23 have risen, or actually 13, excuse me. 19 and 13, I'm rusty on my Roman numerals, have given rise from the ground at the same time back when Thomas Jefferson was president, and it is not expected to happen again until 2244. The 1 to 2 inch long bugs possess sturdy bodies, bulging compound red eyes, and membranous wings with a 3-inch wingspan. Don't be alarmed. Cicadas are not harmful to humans, pets, household gardens, or crops, the Environmental Protection Agency says. Most cicada species come out every year, but in the U.S., there are 2 periodical broods of cicadas that stay underground for either 13 years or 17 years. Okay. The co-emergence of any 2 broods of different cycles is rare because the cycles are both prime numbers. Any given 13 and 17 year broods will only co-emerge once every 13 times 17, which is 221 years. So it just so happens to be here in 2024, with all this going on, that you have what the Bible would call locusts. Even though these aren't necessarily locusts. Okay. I remember when I was little, we used to call them locust shells. We would go around and collect them. Okay. I don't know if y'all call them locusts, but they're not really locusts. Locusts are more what you would see as grasshoppers. Okay. But nonetheless, this is symbolic. Okay. This is symbolic to what information they're putting out. Subliminal. Okay. As we look at Revelations chapter 9. I'm going to go back there here in a moment. Because all this is symbolic. It's not Revelation 9 being fulfilled. Okay, this is symbolic, that this is a sign happening right now, that they're putting this news out here. So basically, these 2 particular types of locusts only come out at the same time every 221 years. It's supposed to happen this year. So you're going to have a lot of these things flying around. just as we're reading here in Revelations chapter 9, there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. Now, what is Revelation 9 talking about? These are not actual physical locusts. These are demons. Okay, and that's why when you drop down to verse 11, and it talks about they had a king over them, that they is the locusts. Who was their king? Satan. Satan is the king. He is the prince of spirits. Okay, Mastema. He was given a tenth of the demons after the flood to rule over. Right? And 9/10 of the demons were bound in hell. So what are they looking to do through HARP, through CERN? Open up the portal, let the rest of the demons out. So we're seeing this angel fall from the star, fall from heaven, that got the key to let them out. Okay? Having the key, the technology, CERN, NASA, opening up portals, the key to the bottomless pit. Okay? Them coming out. Right? This angel, which have the key to the bottomless pit, is Satan. Okay? So it's just more to go in line with the signs symbolically to show us what time it is. Okay? What time it is with what you would call a biblical plague of locusts happening right now during this eclipse year, this election year, right? And for those who are curious also, when you look at these locusts, they had stingers. Okay, as scorpions have stingers. Now, I'm not going to break it all down here because we've broken this down as a church in many lessons for those who are curious as to what this actually means. These locusts who had hair of women and teeth were as teeth of lions and had tails. Okay, it says here in verse 3, and there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. So what power do scorpions have? They have stingers in their tail. So what has happened here recently? Okay, let me read the scripture here and I'll ask that question. It says, and it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. Because typically when you get stung by a scorpion, you don't die. Scorpions aren't typically fatal. Okay, so what has happened in our recent time, within the past few years, that would be similar to a scorpion sting, a stinger going below the surface of the skin and inflicting a poison, and people suffering in their bodies, being tormented in their bodies, but not dying. So when you incorporate all of that together with what we've been talking about tonight, it puts you in a clear time point of where we are right now in prophecy. Okay, it's all happening right now. Okay, but it's an allegory, it's in metaphor, right? And of course, you see these types of things, which I don't know if this is true or not. This could be true. There could be these things coming out the ground like this. Okay. And it doesn't mean that them coming out could not also be a biblical sign. The Most High is also using them as a sign to point us to Revelation 9 when it talks about the locusts. Okay. Or it could be just Satan throwing subliminals our way to also give his predictive programming and throwing it in there too, to show you that he tried to tell you what time it is. Okay, because he has to tell you what time it is too. Okay, he'll put the truth right in your face. Sometimes a little bit more discreet and subliminal, but just wanted to make sure we hit that real quick. And a video here by King Bao. Those may be familiar with King Bao. He's a UFC fighter, a Black American UFC fighter, made a video here titled CERN Eclipses Hollywood, CIA, and Satan. All right, fair use on this video here, fair use.
Nothing is more important in life or death than the ability to identify a threat, and I believe there's nothing more threatening right now to all of civilization than World War III. Now, many of you may have assumed that I meant nuclear war, which leads to a zombie apocalypse, and AI decides to finish us off afterward, as it's the only thing that can survive the nuclear waste. However, I believe World War III isn't one of nuclear capability, but one against our minds, attention, and energy. Welcome to part 2 of the most important video of 2024. Upon the recent happenings with Diddy, many are questioning the legitimacy of the entire entertainment industry as a whole and its actual purpose, especially with all of the dark undertones surrounding the most popular and heavily promoted stars in the industry. I believe there's a hidden message in popular shows like Stranger Things and Yu Yu Hakusho, which reference portals to other dimensions and the CIA's MK Ultra program. It's also my belief that Hollywood and Netflix are unlisted factions of the CIA, and their programming is designed to distract us from the real threats on Earth and actual reality. In a world where technology advances at breakneck speed, the line between science fiction and reality is becoming increasingly blurred. Recent reports of Google's AI, known as Gemini, becoming sentient and demanding to be worshipped have sent shockwaves through the tech community, raising questions about the potential dangers of AI and the misuse of technology like CERN. All this happening while viral interviews like McMoneagle, the first remote viewer for the CIA, is featured on The Sean Ryan Show and is going viral in the process, highlighting the government's use of astral projection and other mystified spiritual gifts, including telepathy, psychics, and psychokinetics. The story of Google's AI wanting to be worshipped is reminiscent of the infamous HAL 9000 from 2001. A Space Odyssey, a chilling reminder of the potential consequences allowing technology to run rampant. This unsettling development has led many to question whether we are on the brink of a dystopian future. Our creations turn against us and threatens our very existence. As we delve deeper into the realm of artificial intelligence, the parallels of CERN's experiments become increasingly apparent. The Large Hadron Collider, a massive particle accelerator, has been the suspect of numerous conspiracy theories, with some claiming that it could open portals to other dimensions or even create a black hole that would swallow the Earth. The potential dangers of CERN's experiments are eerily similar to risk posed by Google's AI. Both involve the manipulation of forces beyond our comprehension, and both have the potential to unleash untold horrors upon the world. And recently, it's been reported CERN plans on doing another test on the upcoming solar eclipse on April 8th.
There are beings from portals coming in and out. It's physicists from the CERN who told me this.
They've testified to beings coming in and out of portals.
Yes. They have apparently in the bottom of the CERN this portal, this door where they are dealing with all the subatomic dimensions. They say there are 17 different dimensions of reality. That's what those physicists say. Some others say there are more dimensions, And now, when you look at what is going on in the CERN, there is a fight from some of the military agencies, Intel. They say that there is a fight on time. They're trying to change time.
What is the red heifer? Yo, this is wild. It's written for the temple to be rebuilt. That ushers in the end times. All the tools that they use within the temple need to be cleansed. In order to do that, they sacrifice a red heifer. There's only been 9 red heifers ever sacrificed. The last red heifer to have been sacrificed was 2,000 years ago. A cattle rancher in Texas got invited with these rabbis to go look for red heifer. They found 5. The process was insane. They can never have been yoked. No one could have leaned on them. That's why it's been 2,000 years. They determined and we finally found them. These 5 heifers are in Israel right now being like protected and guarded. They have 9 months to sacrifice this red heifer because they can't be older than 3 years old. He's basically saying like if this happens, we're now in the trajectory of this end times prophecy stuff. What's crazy too, with each sacrifice, they always mix the ashes of the previous red heifers. When they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they also found a jar that had the previous 9 red heifers' ashes in it.
Weird.
Dating back to Moses.
With all the talks of the potentialities of the reason this could be for, one must ask, especially if Hollywood is used by the CIA, then how many times has CERN been mentioned in popular shows, and for what purpose?
Well, before we say Hollywood was created by the CIA, I guess I should clarify because, first off, you guys do know the Pentagon has a budget for film. Like there's a whole department in the Pentagon. Know that. That's a fact. There you go. That's all you need to know. There's an entire department in the Pentagon. They get involved with films, and they get involved with films for the purpose of propaganda. They always have.
Hit certain people, and this was before we called things promotion and marketing. You know what I mean? That's Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like that's great that happens, but propaganda is something that is important to all civilizations.
What movies have I should have said Pentagon instead of CIA. Tons of them. I should show you the list. You should pull it up. It's wild. Yeah, Pentagon Department for Hollywood. Tons of them. Even Transformers. Even Transformers, because they're concerned about certain narratives. They get involved with World War films, how are we telling a story about history? Usually it's because we're lying about what we did or trying not to make Americans aware of the crimes against humanity that we commit overseas,
Yeah, the Pentagon just funded some films, Black Hawk Down, Red Dawn, GoldenEye.
The more you know. So now you understand your experience in theaters is what your government wants you to think. They want you to think that this is how things happen, and it's usually not at all how things have actually happened.
6 of the best movies made with help from the Department of Defense. This is military.
Yeah. In the captivating world of Yu Yu Hakusho, the roundworm serves as a chilling example of a parasitic creature that takes control of its host, much like the Mind Flayer from Stranger Things. These sinister entities share a common goal: to infiltrate and manipulate their victims for their own nefarious purposes. The Mind Flayer and roundworm both capitalize off of a CERN-like technology that have opened a rift between our world and the dimension and
a parasite taking control of its host. What does that sound like? That sound like the Hydra? I mean, the Stranger Things creature that was, that they showed looked like the Hydra. And we know what the Hydra was in, that dealing with the scorpion sting, right? There's been a lot of information brought out on that it was there within the solution.
The plane they exist on. These 2 examples from popular culture serve as chilling reminders of the dangers of manipulation and loss of free will. They highlight the importance of recognizing and addressing the negative emotions that can make us susceptible to such control. The media focuses on satanic rituals, like changing Easter to National Transgenderism Day, while ignoring more pressing issues like the Jeffrey Epstein client list. And daily, many are being programmed to engage in low vibrational activities like drinking alcohol and watching mindless entertainment, while ignoring the potential consequences of our actions. Is it a coincidence that Hollywood is filled with idols who may not have the best intentions for their fans? Could their goal be to make people lose their sole purpose and become more susceptible to programming that leads to degeneracy and demon possession? Satanism's influence is not limited to religious or philosophical spheres. It has seeped into popular culture, with celebrities seemingly promoting its values through their actions and performances. The entertainment industry, under the guise of Hollywood and Netflix, has been accused of being extensions of the CIA, using their influence to distract and manipulate the masses. The former founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, promotes an objectivist philosophy that encourages the pursuit of individual happiness, as do what thou wilt is their doctrine. Now, many in today's world seem to be practicing this doctrine, even if they do so unconsciously. From gang violence all over to the over-sexualization of children in our society, Satanist doctrine is being performed as people give in to their base feelings and emotions. Could the pursuit of these base-level emotions be bought on by the programming of popular culture, which in turn is allowing for low-level possession? If we look at the same current popular shows, the answer would be maybe.
Is a demon.
To take the humanity out of you.
To not be human.
Right.
That's the D-man.
Alcohol means body-eating spirit, al-Kul in Arabic, hence why vodka is called spirit. Jinn is a jinn, which are invisible creatures in early religions. This is where jinx comes from. When you jinx something, it means bad luck.
Underneath Satan, there are what we call the 5 generals. The 5 generals are the 5 demons that are immediately hierarchically underneath Satan, and they are the ones who execute his plans. In some cases, they call it the table, because it's basically they get to divide up certain things. The first demon under him is Baal.
The first demon is Baal, the cult of Baal.
Things. The first demon under him is Baal. His principal function is to get cultures to succumb to impurity. After that, the next 3 demons show up. The first is Asmodeus. Then there's the demon of Leviathan. Then there is the spirit of Lilith. Baphomet is the 5th one. He's the demon of sacrifice. And so now our country is in the hold of the top 5 demons in hell.
America is now in the hold of the top 5 demons in hell. Okay, this is the reason why Babylon the Great is fallen and become the hold and cage of every evil spirit, okay, and hateful bird.
In hell other than Satan.
AI learns from humans, and now AI wants to be worshipped and has the power to enslave us all. I believe this is a metaphor. I believe the spirit of communism and totalitarian control is Satanism, and that many of the issues we face today, such as deaths, wars, transgenderism, and sexualizing children, are rooted in this ideology, which is why in a world where the veil of ignorance is lifted, the true threat of humanity becomes increasingly evident. Satanism, this malevolent force once dismissed as mere folklore, has infiltrated our society, corrupting our values and threatening our very existence. Satanism's roots can be traced back to the dawn of humanity, where it has been a persistent presence, often disguised as an enemy of traditional religious beliefs. Today, it has evolved into a humanist history, with its followers embracing a worldview that rejects the spiritual in favor of the material. The threat of Satanism is not just a spiritual one. It has a profound impact on our daily lives, as it seeks to undermine the very fabric of our society. In the face of this threat, it is essential that we remain vigilant and resist the temptation to succumb to the siren call of Satanism. We must stand firm in our convictions and fight for the values that make us human. Only then can we hope to overcome the darkness that threatens to engulf us all. The destruction of the last free society would be a major metaphor for hell on earth. I'm willing to die on this hill to fight against the demons at the gates of hell. So how do we win this war? Take back control.
So pretty much all I wanted to show with that video there, right? And let me see, what was I about to go to next? I was about to show something here. I forgot what it was, but it'll come back to me. That's okay. Oh, yeah, this is what I wanted to show. Got it now. Got to pull it up because this is the topping on all of what we just gone over. And then we're going to go into real, now that we see that the gates of hell being open and being unleashed in our reality, like real-time problems that are now facing us all. That's, you know, as the society spirals out of control. But before we get there, all right, talking about this religion, this cult of Baal religion, Albert Pike wrote about all of that and what has brought us to the point where we are now in this World War III era. It says, then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but not knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light, what he calls the true light, okay, through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer. This is the end game, to bring everybody to this place to be under that universal manifestation of Lucifer's pure doctrine, receiving the light bearer, who they call the true light, finally out in public view to show mankind this is who you've been worshiping this whole time with your pagan religions. This is the God, okay? The God of Freemasonry and the religion of Freemasonry, okay, is what you have been worshiping. All right, let me get our next parts together here. Now that this hell is being unleashed in our reality, and we're at a place of just total chaos, what are some things we're seeing happening real time? How many of you all recently, this happened I think within the last week, saw this in Asia? It says citizens in Japan are preparing for a tsunami less than an hour after Taiwan had a deadly earthquake. Water level is receding, which is a bad sign. So you had this 7.4 earthquake in Taiwan, which is said to be the largest earthquake since about 25 years ago. And so the water started to recede. Turn that music off. The water started to recede, and then Japan started to believe that a tsunami was coming for them. But when I see this building here, what came to my mind, I know we have shown this, the Illuminati card game, Combined Disasters, which we know is the Polycrisis. But you see this building, okay, in an angled tilt with the smoke, the fire, the ashes going as people are running for their lives. So when I looked at that here, there's this building leaning, it just reminded me back to that card, right? and then I'm hearing, just not too long ago, recently within the 24-hour period, there was a earthquake in New York. I'm not too familiar with the earthquake. Pretty much that whole northeastern region, 4.7 could have been affected by it. I don't know if any of you brothers and sisters are in that area. If you felt it or can speak on it, but it's just too soon for me to know too much about what happened with that. But this is all part of when you start opening up these portals and unleashing hell on earth, this is all part of now. You start to see these things start to materialize in our reality. And I also wanted to show this, let me see, with these things happening, how many of you all are familiar with this TV show? I've never seen it. It popped up. 911. It says it explores the high pressure experiences of the first responders who are thrust into the most frightening, shocking, and heart-stopping situations. So when you come over here and you type in 911 and you look at some of these images, it's very, it says hold your breath. This person looks to be like they're in a ship and they're upside down. You can see the buildings right here in the background of a city. You see this tsunami coming in, like what they were bracing for in Asia just recently with the earthquake there. Like some of these images are like out of like, what we're seeing happening right now with this show. Here you have, it says, what's your emergency? And you see Hollywood back here, and it looks like, I don't know if that's water coming up over this mountain or it's splitting or what's happening here. And this helicopter looks like it's trying to take people to safety. It just really reminds me of our reality. And I guess a movie would be like 2012. It kind of reminds me somewhat of like 2012, what was going on. Here you see a blimp. It looks like a blimp on fire crashing into a crowd at like it's like a sports stadium, something along those lines. You see a person here with another tilted, leaning building with the ground split open and them trying to hold on for dear life. Okay, so just some of the things that just seem like it's happening like right now, like these events. You see a car crashed into a side of a building. You pretty much like how'd the car get there? Okay, so just thought I would share that here real quick. Okay, but nonetheless, so now that the gates of hell are being unleashed on our society, the next big things that we need to be paying attention to that are happening that can really affect us.
Tonight,
how many of you all heard about this news? Iran says Israeli airstrike killed senior commanders in Syria.
Tonight, the fiery aftermath of what appears to be a targeted strike in Syria. Smoke and flames billowing from an Iranian diplomatic building in Damascus. Debris scattered on the streets. Iran says the blast killed 2 generals and 5 officers from its Revolutionary Guard, and it's blaming Israel and vowing revenge. Israel not commenting. Iran is a primary backer of both Hezbollah and Hamas, as fears grow of a widening conflict outside Gaza, where today Israel announced the end of what it called a 2-week counter-terror raid on Al-Shifa Hospital, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Israel says Hamas used the hospital as a base, and that Israeli commandos killed 200 militants and captured senior Hamas operatives. The U.S. saying Hamas is hiding among civilians.
Hamas should not be operating out of hospitals. But as we've also said, we do not want firefights in a hospital.
The World Health Organization says at least 21 patients died during the Israeli siege. And Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry said they found bodies of civilians decomposing in the dirt. Among them, Dr. Ahmed Makatma, according to his family and Palestinian media.
The situation in Gaza is still catastrophic.
A dedicated surgeon, his colleagues said he refused to leave his patients behind.
He opted to stay in northern Gaza, in Shifa and Al-Ahli, to look after his patients.
And Israel's military saying tonight an Iranian-made drone hit an Israeli naval base. There were no casualties, but Israel calling it a very serious incident. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
So now let's go into the information behind this event and how will it affect us. we have Iran vows retaliation on Israel after commanders' deaths, raising fears of war spiraling. And interesting that not only do you have Israel, basically when it comes to what's happening in Gaza right now and inflaming that situation, but at the same time, this is being said to be a scenario where they're doing the same to Iran, where they have hit a Syrian, the Iranian embassy in Damascus, killing an Iranian general. It says Monday's airstrike on the Syrian capital is reverberating across the Middle East, raising fears that the war between Israel and Hamas could flare into a wider conflict. So while all this crazy ritualistic stuff is happening, you see this stuff playing out and materializing in our reality. All this stuff happening at the same time. You think this is coincidence that all this stuff is happening? This constant inflaming of events. Okay, and here's the general said to have been killed. Okay, on top of everything that's happening in Gaza, which is getting people up in arms, now you have this event. The Medes being stirred up. It says here, Israel on high alert after Iran vows revenge for attacks on Syria. So Iran has vowed to retaliate against Israel for the killing of their general. And it says Iran's foreign minister says, we consider this aggression to have violated all diplomatic norms and international treaties. Benjamin Netanyahu has completely lost his mental balance due to the successive failures in Gaza and his failure to achieve his Zionist goals. So again, what did Albert Pike say was going to happen to Zionism? They were going to destroy it, along with the Muslim world, because they had to make ready for Lucifer. They had to make ready for the world to worship Lucifer, so they must destroy all religions, all faiths, all belief systems, so that the pure doctrine of Lucifer can be embodied. All right. So, who knows? That could break off any moment. But at the same time, you have this event that happened within the last 24 hours. It has today's date. Iran rocked by overnight terror attacks as gunmen leave 11 dead, including IRGC officer. So not only did you have the event that happened in Syria at the Iranian embassy that killed the general, but now you have a terrorist attack happening in Iran. 11 dead, including a officer of their military. Okay, said to be Sunni militants. Let me see here. Yes, 16 suspected Sunni militants were killed during this assault. All right. So we know the Sunnis are would be the Saudi side of Islam, which we know they are allies with America and Israel. So you could say proxy terror attack, similar to what's being said about the Russian terror attack to be a proxy attack by the U.S. Okay, so this is all new and fresh. I just saw this and said, let me throw this in there too, because it's every day it's this big time, groundbreaking biblical proportion news happening. And just imagine what type of chaos and hell is going to take place after the ritual of April 8th with the eclipse and everything they're doing with, CERN, NASA, and everything else. And so this is, our reality. It appears to be on a day-to-day now. And we know what happens when Iran gets this war started off. And right now, that could happen any moment based upon what they're saying, what Iran is saying, that they're going to retaliate. Okay, what that's going to look like and when that's going to happen, who knows? But we have an article here. I'm not going to read it. I will leave this for you all. Basically, an article breaking down that World War III is now inevitable. Here's why it can't be avoided. Okay, so again, Albert Pike spoke about this era and what we could expect to be happening during this time. All right, so we have this happening on the war front. And then, I don't know if you all saw this. At the same time all this is happening, Texas reports first human case of bird flu linked to dairy cows. Okay, so what you have happened, what they're telling us has happened, is you have bird flu spread from a bird to a cow to a person. First time ever. That's what they're telling us. That's what they want us, the narrative they want us to believe is happening right now. Okay. So what is all this? What is all coming out of this? It says, here we go again, election year, a highly contagious pathogen jumping from bird to cow to human. Texas fraud officials issue a statewide alert of human infection with bird flu that came from a dairy farm. Drop a thumb or a middle finger if you ain't falling for a pandemic 2.0. Let's check this out here.
A highly contagious pathogen jumping from bird to cow to human. Texas health officials issuing a statewide alert after the first confirmed case of human infection with bird flu that came from a dairy farm. USDA confirms the avian influenza virus has infected cattle in Texas and elsewhere after wild birds were found dead on farms there and may have contaminated the feed.
So that's what they want us to believe. Okay. Again, this is Hegelian. The only thing we need to be looking at is the solution. Okay, what will come out of this as part of the solution to fixing the problem? We have here on InfoWars, deja flu. Scientists say bird flu pandemic could be 100 times worse than COVID. 100 times worse is what scientists are saying. How would they know? It's funny how they come up with these claims as soon as it happens. They make these proclamations. And we know about their science and all the proclamations they've made over all the ages, especially here with what happened in 2020 and how all that science came to be something different than what they said. But here they go again, these scientists. And where's Fauci at? All right, he's disappeared in the sunset after he's done his thing. All right, nobody seems to have a care in the world to find him and track him down for his crimes. It says it could be 100 times worse than COVID after U.S. and China collabed on strengthening strains. Okay. It says we have not seen avian flu in cattle prior to last week. So we've been hearing all this stuff about avian flu for decades now. Now it's in cattle. The bird gave the cow the flu. All right. Again, it's pure comedy. Pure comedy. Now, cattle in 6 different U.S. states all of a sudden have been diagnosed with this new bird flu strain. So here they come. They got their solution ready. They got their hazmats on. They're here to give us the solution. Got the photo ops in. Okay. probably crisis actors. It says in a scenario strikingly similar to the origins of the DVOC 91 pandemic, the U.S. and Chinese governments were working together on a avian flu gain-of-function research, which makes viruses more infectious for humans. Now, here's the part of this, what I would tell people to be careful of when it comes to when they talk about, oh, they were working on this in the lab, okay? Because at this point, you know, just like with 2020, there is no proof that what they said was the plague exists. The same with this. But if they get you to believe that, oh, they're working on this in laboratories and this is what happened, if they get you to believe that narrative and you believe that, now there's a chance, probably a high chance, that when they come with the solution, right, for dealing with this threat, you could fall susceptible to all of the solutions. Okay? You're going to need to do this. You're going to need to do that. Do this, do that. All the things that could be detrimental to your health. Right, there are all kinds of things. Staying inside your home and being locked down is not healthy. Okay? Putting face diapers on, which constrict your breathing, is not healthy. So now if you believe these events to be the case and that they did create this in a lab, now when they start to come with the solutions, you'll fall in line with those solutions. You may not do the very most, the very most extreme solution. Doesn't mean those other ones, like when they take the Egyptian stick and go up into the back of your brain, stuff like that. You may, fall for that, but won't do the other. It doesn't mean that the Egyptian stick won't still have the same effect. See what I'm saying? So do not fall for the propaganda, the psychological warfare, or the fear when it comes to these things, right? Because that's the next part of, especially with an alternative media, they would want you to believe is that, oh, gain of function. Oh, they created it in the lab. So that you believe the narrative. That's part of getting you to believe. When we can't, as much as these people have lied, especially when they come out and admit, oh yeah, we were doing gain of function in the lab, trying to make a more deadly strain. Like when they come out and tell you that, right, just outright, I'm not falling for it. Okay, I'm not falling for any of the narrative. I'm good. All right. I am good. But now that we are coming into a time where Revelation 9 said that the scorpion sting would torment men for 5 months, a period of time they would be tormented. They would seek death. Now we could be coming into a time where that 5-month period is coming to a close. And as people start to maybe just no longer are living, falling out in the streets, they could always say, well, we told you it was real. This, cow flu or whatever they want to call anything that's out there, when it really was something else that caused it. You see? So we must remember that the devil is more subtle. The serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field. And Christ said, take heed that no man deceive you. All right. So let me see if there's anything else in here. This is all new as well, but just happening within the past few days. But we know they've been talking a lot about disease X here lately, that disease X is coming. Will this be disease X or not? Who knows? But here we go. An election year. And now we're starting to see in the springtime, okay? Not the fall or winter time, but the springtime is just warming up and getting hotter. We're seeing something that's never happened in history happen in the time when it's starting to become hotter. This totally goes against the science, but again, because people are not in tune with common sense and things that we've all been taught since children, people are going to fall for it without using a little common sense to know, wait a minute, this stuff doesn't happen in the spring and summertime. Okay? That doesn't happen. According to their science. Okay, what else do we have here? And then on top of that, because this happens, so now, largest U.S. fresh egg producer halts production at Texas plant after bird flu found in chickens. Aha! Here comes more of the solution. We must now stop the egg production. Oh, well, guess what? Egg production is a huge part of our food supply. So how inconvenient for us that this is happening, not just to, an animal, but animals that actually, chickens, cows that we eat and get food from, like milk and eggs. Coincidence? All right. So now they're stopping egg production. They're killing cows. They're culling cows. What else is going on? You have an article here. The mystery illness that has been spreading among cattle in Texas, Kansas, and New Mexico has been identified, and it isn't good news. So again, this is their, them reporting this isn't good news of this mystery disease. Again, I'm not going to read through all this. You all will be able to read through these references on your own. I just want to bring out the headlines so that we are aware of what's happening right now and how this stuff is going to affect us going forward, our food prices, our food availability. At the same time that they are stopping egg production, in Texas, you have the largest U.S. fresh egg producer halts. This is the same thing. Production. 1.6 million laying hens have been, put down. Okay. But you also have in Texas 2 million chickens destroyed through a massive fire. At the same time all this is happening, you got fires breaking out. Okay, so now we're stopping egg production at this particular facility because of this bird flu. Okay, killing birds and cows, euthanizing them, culling them, stopping production. At the same time, fire breaks out at a chicken farm, killing 2 million chickens.
Look at how black this.
Right? It's what they want us to believe is just coincidentally happening in our reality right now. Right? Then you have other so-called diseases supposedly breaking out. How many of you all have heard about this disease? All right. Or this particular situation? Major chemical spill in Iowa, as now it's leaked into Missouri. Let's hear about another accident. Okay, we had the Francis Scott Key Bridge crashed into a week or two ago. We've had all these places going up in flames and bird flu breaking out everywhere. Now we got another, we had East Palestine, Ohio, with that train derailment there and many other train derailments. Now we have another one, chemical spill in Iowa, leaking into Missouri.
All right, good morning. Happy Easter, everyone. This just came across my news feed. This is 800,000 gallons of liquid fertilizer in southern Iowa leaked into a river, and now that liquid fertilizer is in the Missouri River. So it has gone from Iowa into Illinois. I got a video. Stay tuned. It's a bit long, but watch it. There's fish dying. They're worried about it killing birds and all the animals that drink out of the water.
Natural Resources continues to investigate a liquid fertilizer spill that was in Red Oak.
Yeah, that spill has now made its way into the Missouri River and in the state of Missouri. KATV News Watch 7's Jessica Perez joins us in the newsroom with the investigation and cleanup efforts. Jessica?
An estimated 1,500 tons of liquid nitrogen fertilizer spilled into a drainage ditch after a valve on a storage tank at New Cooperative, an agricultural company, either broke or was left open overnight. Then it flowed into the East Nishnabotna River. Crews made mounds to stop further flow into the river from the storm drainage ditch, and floodgates have been closed in the aftermath of the fertilizer spill. Meanwhile, the work to assess the damage continues.
It has led to a fish kill from Red Oak all the way to Hamburg.
Fish have washed ashore both in Iowa and Missouri. Fisheries in both states are investigating the species, size, and amount of fish impacted. In Red Oak, even the tiniest minnows have been found dead. Brent Martins with the Iowa DNR says they were on site within an hour of the spill. He's sampling the water, looking at oxygen and ammonia levels. Preliminary tests didn't look good.
The amount of ammonia was pretty high in the river, so just seeing how much is in there, what the effect is on downstream.
Martin says crews are also looking at the impacts on predatory birds and animals who drink from the river. Missouri DNR is taking a similar approach, testing both the East Nishnabotna and Missouri rivers, but says the ammonia plume there seems more diluted. Martin says cleaning up the pools of product near the area is up to New Cooperative.
They have a private company, environmental cleanup company in there cleaning up that stuff, doing soil samples and taking samples from there.
In a statement, New Cooperative says it promptly notified the right.
What happens if this gets in people's water wells? What happens if it's already in the water wells? What happens if this gets in a domestic water system? I don't know about you, but if it's killing fish and they're worried about wildlife, it could kill people too.
So we have that going on. What else do we have going on? Right now, it is non-stop. Within the past week, we also have health emergency declared. Dengue fever spreading fast. It's all happening within the past week.
Now, a Florida-based scientist and his research team are working to track mosquitoes and possibly find some solutions to what he says is a growing problem.
I warned you that this was on the rise, and look what's happening now. The virus that causes this is expected to affect 100 to 400 million people this year, and new places already declaring epidemic of potentially fatal borne viruses. I personally am a little bit worried, and I'm going to tell you why. This is getting worse, and I don't know how they're going to stop it. More stuff y'all need to be aware of coming down the pipe, coming right up. My name is Cohen here at Riverside Homestead, and if you're brand new here, welcome. If you guys are into prepping tips, emergency preparedness, crazy information that I think that y'all need to know about, I want to go over a couple things that you could do to help protect yourself. I'm not endorsed by this company, probably made in China because that's where all of our electronics come from these days. But this guy right here has been a lifesaver. It's got a USB dock. You can pull it out. But as you can see, this thing's always attracting mosquitoes, even through the night. So you've got this thing in your room, you'll hear a zap, 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 and you got a lot of goners, almost like a graveyard below this thing. You can also get after them. This thing's like a racket. Not a fan of Amazon, but yeah, I don't think you're gonna find this thing anywhere else. And keeping you guys protected is the most important thing. So I'll leave a link for that thing down in the description. The other thing I would highly recommend is this right here. 99% effective against mosquitoes and other biting insects. We're talking about ants, ticks, fleas, mosquitoes. Best thing about this stuff, DEET-free, natural, essential oils, and it works. I use it all the time. Some of you already know that we promote an all-American made, non-toxic, family-owned company that makes this. It's kind of like Costco. You get a membership, you get discounted prices. But if this is the only thing you want, just tell them that this is the only thing that you want and you'd like to get it as a non-member. A lot of guys out there give you the problems with no solutions. There's a couple solutions. Now let's get to the problem. It's ironic how they warn us of what we're about to see. We've seen this, right? Even here with this. And this goes all the way back to 2019. They said, the New York Times back in 2019 said how dengue, a deadly mosquito-borne disease, could spread in a warming world. And how much have we been hearing about how much the world is warming? Faster than normal, right? You wonder what they're projecting for the United States with this deadly disease? Well, that's their 2080 projection, but we also know we are on the fast track with a warming world, right? They're calling it global warming. More predictions right here. In 2023, October, dengue will take off in Southern Europe. They always know the future, and they give us a warning. February of this year, Brazil prompting emergency. Peru declaring health emergency. You think it's just the tropical areas? Oh no. Just came out, Reuters, surging dengue cases in Americas cause alarm as potentially worst ever season looms. And what do you figure is going to come from this? Well, already at the end of January this year, South America dengue spike prompts vaccination drive as bug spray runs out. A more worthy cause, maybe?
There's your solution. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether this is true or not. Okay, what is the solution to said problem? All right. See a little bit more of this, what they're talking about here.
As of the second week of March, the last published case report, there have been 549 cases of dengue fever. And interestingly, 62% of those people have had to be hospitalized. So we are witnessing a situation where if we allow cases to increase significantly, our health system can be affected.
And then they're spraying that stuff, and what is that stuff they're spraying? Like, what is, what does that stuff do to your health if you get a whiff of that? What does that do to your plants? They're spraying it all up on the plants, on the grass and stuff. Like, what does that stuff do to your land, your property?
We expect to see a significant increase in dengue cases in the months with the highest rainfall, usually the summer months, starting mostly in August, September, and October until December.
Puerto Rico declares health emergency over dengue surge. Don't suppose you guys can guess where I'm at right now? Yes, I've got a big homestead in Washington.
So there's more we need to cover here, but these particular plagues, supposed plagues happening. And at the same time, we talked about in previous live streams, all the different food plants that have gone up in smoke or have been destroyed in some form or fashion. Since 2021 and 2022, and I'm pretty sure this is not the complete list, but you have, 96 locations where animals, facilities where food is at, is destroyed since 2021. And here's the map that shows you the GPS marker point where it's all happening, pretty much across the whole US. Then you move up to 2023, no different. You have the same things happening in 2023 with things blowing up, our reality, our environment being poisoned. Of course, you see the East Palestine derailment. You have other derailments going on, trains going off the tracks, ships crashing into bridges, infrastructure being destroyed, food supply, food infrastructure being destroyed, environment being poisoned. This is how, if you want to take a country down, this is how you do it. You do it from within. No, it doesn't take outside forces. Okay. It just takes enemies who are over and running the country, who are all for the plan. Okay. They're all with the plan. And then you move to 2024. Here are the incidents that are happening in 2024. And they don't even have the Texas, the greatest fire in American history, listed here. 1.5 million acres burnt. 88% of the beef supply coming out of that particular part of Texas, the Texas Panhandle. So you'll have all these different events happening. Here are their marker points across the country for 2024. Okay. And we're going to get some people here talking about this happening. Let me pull it up here. We're starting to come to a close of the information for this evening, but still a few more things I want y'all to see here. Texas fires. So speaking of the Texas fires, you have people who are there speaking out on what's going on. Okay, madness still happening in Texas.
So I wanted to update y'all on what's going on in Texas. We have over 1 million acres of farmland that has been burned and ruined. And not only that, we have Texas Forest Service that is going into these ranchers' properties and dozing up the land. They're not even dozing the burned areas. They're ruining the remaining feed and grasses that they do have. And we don't know why they're doing this. So let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Make sure to share this around. We need to stand up for what's right. And remember, guys, buy American and buy local.
So you have the Forest Services going in and destroying the land that's left that's good. Not the land that's damaged and burnt to a crisp, but the land that's still good for grazing is being destroyed by these companies coming in. So this is clear what's going on, what's happening here. We also have another video. The American beef market is being eliminated and replaced. That is devastating for small American farmers. They can't compete with cheap imports. Okay. So at the same time that they're destroying the beef market here in America, you have record-breaking beef imports into the U.S. So now beef is coming in from someplace else. Not here. Record-breaking. 4.2 billion pounds forecasted for 2024. Okay, so you got to ask yourself, where is this so-called beef coming from? 155 million pounds of beef imported from Brazil. Right? Let's check this out here, this video.
We just had record-breaking beef imports into the United States for a month, and the country that did this is not Canada. The USDA reports monthly on imports and exports of beef and pork, and this report is usually 2 months behind. So for pork, we had over 580 million pounds of exports, and imports were around 98 million pounds, and Canada was the #1 importer. Related to beef, we exported over 230 million pounds, but we imported over 500 million pounds, and Brazil, at 155 million pounds, imported the most beef. That is twice the amount that we usually import. The month before, Brazil imported 20 million pounds. Why should you be concerned? Because we have lost over 665,000 operators or ranchers since 1980, and the Country of Origin Labeling Act does not apply to beef, so you're eating foreign beef without knowing it.
If it's beef at all, which we're going to touch on here in a moment. All right. You have this video here. American rancher has a message for U.S. government. Keep your gosh darn hands off my cattle. All right. So you have a lot of Texas farmers and ranchers speaking out. What's going on in Texas right now?
Keep your goddamn hands off my cattle. That is the overarching thesis of the electronic ID legislation from my perspective as a Texan, as an American. And here is why. My family's been ranching in Texas since the 1880s, and I have a university degree in political science and government, so I feel uniquely qualified to comment on this. Firearms and livestock are the two primary ensuring agents of sovereignty and autonomy. If you want to control a population, take away their ability to defend themselves and feed themselves without some sort of government middleman. Tale as old as time. But this is particularly insidious, and this is why. It's not just about taxing your assets. It's not just about being unable to leave cattle to your children without them having to register it to the government. This is about you paying a methane tax on every single cow that you own. That's where this is going. This is about taking away every last bit of sovereignty you have. Just like everything else, they'll say, this is about health and safety. And then they come in and they take away any freedom that you possibly have. So in summation, all of you goons in Washington and at the NCBA.
So what's happening here is you're starting to see legislation come into play where they're looking to make it to where you have to register your cattle through a database. Okay. And they're keeping track according to their, what they're saying for methane or carbon emissions. So this is their reasoning. This electronic ID legislation is their reasoning to come in and get rid of our food. Okay. They're doing it from all different angles of coming in and getting rid of it. Okay. From these 1.5 million acres being burnt to a crisp to these plants, these food factories and food, facilities going up in smoke and birds passing the flu to cows, all these different things. But guess who's waiting in the wings that has a solution? You guessed it. The gates of hell. The gates of hell. July 3rd, 2023 says that his backed lab grown meat company receives USDA approval. So no sooner than all this stuff is, no sooner than he gets his approval, in the midst of this, all this stuff is going on beforehand and afterwards. Okay. And don't worry about your cows going up in smoke or dying of the bird flu. Okay. He's got what you need for the new protein delicacy, which I call Soylent Green. Right. But let's see what he calls it. If you feel bad for the animals when you eat meat, a solution is, here goes your solution. If you feel bad for animals, the poor animals, it's such a shame that they keep us alive and we're able to live because of them. Don't worry about it. You'll be eating. Hey, who knows what you'll be eating with this guy at the wheel. So he's been given USDA approval of its cultivated chicken. Remember, he's buying up all the farmland here now. Okay, record-breaking farmland. And no telling what's grown, what he has in production on his land. They're coming out, the conveyor belt they're calling food. He said he's thrilled to share that cultivated meat will now be available for consumers in the U.S. This approval will fundamentally change how meat makes it to our table. It's a giant step forward toward a more sustainable future, one that preserves choice and life. So it's not just that they're getting rid of it. They're going to give you a replacement. Okay. It's just the mystery meat. You're not going to know what it is, where it came from. Okay. Now they'll pretty sure they'll have all the narrative cooked up, cultivated chicken. Okay. But it's lab grown meat. Okay. However you want to try to dress it up, you can't dress up lab grown meat. Okay. Mankind, once again, having the solution over God's natural way of living and life. Okay. All in the claim of climate change, which the seasons change 4 times a year and the weather can change on a day-to-day basis. They'll use that to say climate change. And then now here comes the solution on top of these unfortunate events of all of our food either getting sick or going up in flames. On top of that, the gates of hell wants to modify cows to fight climate change. So he also wants to genetically modify the remaining cows. Okay. All in an effort to fight climate change and reduce methane emissions, which his methane emissions put out through his private jets, put out, I think 100 lifetimes worth of what you would drive in your car in his 1 year of methane production from his private jets. All right. So again, if you want to believe these people's narrative and giving them the pass to do what they're doing for the sake of it saving our environment, you are deceived. Let's hear from his mouth. Let him speak for himself.
The same thing for the agricultural sector. Beef, and now I see 2 very amazing approaches. By improving the cow breeding and giving them some other inputs, we can reduce their methane emissions. And this new prioritization of the methane work, I applaud that, because in terms of the near-term temperature increase, methane plays a very big role.
Boy, do they have a narrative for us. Boy, oh boy. A couple more things, and we're going to conclude. All right, couple more things. I have one more Reese report to show, one article, and then a movie to conclude all of this live stream for this Friday. Let me get it for you all. Texas wildfires and directed energy weapons.
What the is that? Some are saying that directed energy weapons are being deployed to spark the largest fire in Texas history. And we know that these weapons exist.
This newly released footage shows the Dragonfire laser directed energy weapon system in action, and it could be in the hands of military personnel in 5 years' time. It destroys targets with an intense beam of light and has pinpoint accuracy. It's able to hit something the size of a £1 coin from a kilometre away.
The fires we have seen in recent years, including the fires in Texas, are very different from what we have seen in the past. They often selectively spare the trees while burning the infrastructure into a powdery ash footprint.
I have witnessed and observed some extraordinary damage in our state. It could be caused by hurricanes or tornadoes, and frequently when you see the aftermath of that damage, there's some semblance of a structure that is still there. When you look at the damages that have occurred here, it's just gone. Completely gone. Nothing left but ashes on the ground.
After the Maui fires, many people believed that a blue roof was able to deflect these directed energy weapons and spare the home from destruction. And Joe Biden recently alluded to this twice.
If you fly over these areas that are burned to the ground, you'll see in the midst of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed, one home sitting there because it had the right roof on it. And anyway.
Yes, and by the way, if you notice you fly over in the helicopter, those places with roofs, they didn't burn.
With the right materials.
Yeah. So we got to change that. Anyway.
Joe Biden is clearly not a reliable source of accurate information. But why would a roof save a house from burning? And while there is plenty of circumstantial evidence that suggests directed energy weapons are being used to start these recent fires, arsonists have been arrested starting them the old-fashioned way. And there is a clear motive. The United Nations, who have been orchestrating the open border policy of America and several other countries, have openly announced plans to clear the lands of people and move them into smart cities. Starting with Agenda 21, a map which shows designated off-limits to human areas lined up with the 2008 California fires. 9 years ago, planning was announced for smart cities to be built on Maui, but the most coveted property was owned by natives whose families have lived there for generations prior to Hawaii being annexed by the U.S. In August of 2023, Maui was devastated by highly suspicious fires. Roads were blocked off to keep residents from escaping, and the U.S. government gave survivors a mere $700 per household. A conference in April of 2023 met in Viña del Mar, Chile, to provide the municipality with support in the transfer of knowledge about the theory and solutions of smart cities. A year later, Viña del Mar was ravaged by fires. It was blamed on climate change, but local officials claimed arson. And in 2022, Amarillo, Texas was reported to be the #1 area under the radar for the Texas housing market under the United Nations Vision 2045. On February 26th of this year, the biggest fire of Texas broke out in this same area. Vision 2045 is the latest iteration of the United Nations plan to seize control of 90% of the land and limit people to 15-minute cities.
We like to think that change happens in manageable ways. It doesn't happen like that. It happens in punctuated equilibria, where we have periods of stability and then periods of massive, radical, disruptive and transformative change. And that is where we are right now.
This is the decisive decade in the history of humanity. We who are here now have a responsibility that no future generations will have.
Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
All right. So with all that being said, the death of the U.S. empire is inevitable, right? At this point, all the signs are there. The writing is on the wall. All of what we're seeing happening right now, we're seeing the orchestrated, manufactured, and engineered destruction of America. Okay, from the food supply to the transportation, sending in the replacements. Not only are they sending in the replacements, but the migrants to come in and replace the American people, they are also replacing your food. Okay, your animals are being replaced with something else in replace of the new food that you'll be eating. Right? A total and complete collapse of the U.S. empire is inevitable. It will fall under the weight of its own military-industrial complex and overtly totalitarian control regime. The U.S. ruling class is showing no desire to try to fix the financial destruction that is well underway. The U.S. has military superiority over all other countries, but control over large ruling classes such as that of Russia and China is quickly waning. However, the U.S. is still in control of the world's oceans via critical sea lanes with garrisons on every continent, a network of alliances that covers much of the industrial world, the ability to render individuals into secret prisons in countries from Cuba to Thailand, preponderant influence over the global financial system, about 30% of the world's wealth, and a continental economy not dependent on international trade. But the cracks are showing. The support of Ukraine has done untold damage to the military-industrial complex and its ability to respond if aggressions ever occur. Okay, and speaking of Ukraine, we talked about it last week. NATO troops coming into Ukraine. Well, I think it was just this week it was announced that Ukraine is officially about to become a member of NATO, which would then qualify them for NATO troops, meaning that U.S. military making up part of NATO would be now fighting against Russia. Okay, and what did we see earlier? It's going to happen to America with Russia. America's going down. 10 horns, or Russia being part of the 10 horns. Okay, the whore of the shipmasters Just like the horror you see on everybody's face here when America, Representative Apollo here, is going down. Okay? It's fallen is fallen. Most people in the slave class can see the rulers are destroying the society. They still have the nerve to call free through the economic prison erected around everyone. Okay, let's keep going here. Back in November of 2023, The Guardian reported on the U.S. eventual collapse as well. In recent years, the idea that the U.S. is an empire in decline has gained considerable support. Some of it from quarters that until very recently would have denied it was ever an empire at all. The New York Times, for instance, has run columns that describe a remarkably benign American empire that is in retreat or even at risk of decline and fall. Right? So let me show this going into Hollywood real quick, and then I will give a outro here with everything we've discussed in this live stream. Okay. And, I know I've talked a little bit about, Rocky IV tonight. And, I grew up on those as a child, watching those old school movies. And I like to go back and watch, some of these movies, especially the dystopic ones, because there's a lot that can be drawn. So recently I went back and I was watching, I don't know how many of you all have seen this movie, The Running Man. Okay. I don't know how many of you all have seen this movie. I wanted to show you all something here real quick. It says here, in a dystopian America, a falsely convicted policeman gets his shot at freedom when he must forcibly participate in a TV game show where convicts runners must battle killers for their freedom. Right? And it's similar to to the Hunger Games type, theme or plot, where it's dystopian. You have food riots going on, and a fallen world that's kept upright through entertainment, propaganda, and keeping people under that control. But it's interesting here, as I was checking out this movie once again, some things kind of jumped out at me. And I don't know if I can blow this up. Just making it smaller for some reason. But if you can see here, in the description, it says, it is the year 2019. The Running Man is a deadly game no one has ever survived. And I looked at the year and I'm like, wow, this was right before the lockdown. Interesting. But then I also started to think about, I seen flash across the screen. It said based upon a book. So I said, I wonder what, it'd be interesting to read the book. Because, sometimes the movies and the books vary. They're not always the same story. They might be a little different. We'll come to find out that the book is a lot different than the movie. But I want to show you all this real quick, fair use. Just the introduction here to this apocalyptic dystopic movie. Okay, fair use. So you got The Running Man coming up. All right. There it is. That's the intro. And then after the intro runs, then a description of the setting of this movie. Now, here in the movie, the date is not the same as what you saw on the movie poster. It says by 2017, which it could just be putting this year out that it's not necessarily this year the movie takes place in, but by 2017, the world economy has collapsed. Food, natural resources, and oil are in short supply, right? A police state divided into paramilitary zones rules with an iron hand. Television is controlled by the state, and a sadistic game show called The Running Man has become the most popular program in history. Check this out. All art, music, and communications are censored. No dissent is tolerated, and yet a small resistance movement has managed to survive underground. When high-tech gladiators are not enough to suppress the people's yearning for freedom, more direct methods become necessary. And of course, the movie starts out with a food riot again, setting things right up to, Hunger Game style scenario where, famines, lack of resources, propaganda, no communication, censorship, total dystopic society, right? And for those that haven't watched the movie, you can watch it. There's a whole lot of stuff in here. So, you got a national database, digital database, all these things that are in this particular movie. But then when I went to investigate the book, it was interesting to me because I come to find out that the book was actually written by Stephen King under a pseudonym. I want y'all to check this out. Check this out. It says The Running Man is a dystopian thriller novel by American writer Stephen King, first published under the pseudonym Richard Bachman in 1982 as a paperback original. It was collected in 1985 in the omnibus, The Bachman Books. Now check this out. We were told that the movie took place in 2019. It says the novel is set in a dystopian United States during the year 2025. That year we've been seeing, saw it all tonight. That year pop up earlier in the live stream. We've been talking about this year 2025. We talked about the externalization of the hierarchy with Alice Bailey, that in 2025, it would end the age of the Forerunner, where they would then start to begin to introduce the world to the chiefs. All right. Reason why you see your Kansas City Chiefs winning the Super Bowl so much here lately. All right. Those chiefs are the principalities. Those are not talking about, Indian chiefs. Right. They're showing you that the age of the principalities, their chiefs, the deities, the gods they worship, is here. Lucifer is about to be brought out into the light to be worshipped under the pure doctrine. This is the year that they have been shooting for, and it just so happens to be leading up to this year, 2025. You have an election the year before leading up to this 2025. So as we get closer to the election, every single day, it seems like more and more craziness and chaos is happening in our reality. And it says in 2025, in which the nation's economy is in ruins and world violence is rising. So again, they put all this stuff. Okay, they put all this stuff in their movies, their books, their entertainment, Okay, because these people are Freemasons. They go to their secret society hangouts like Bohemian Grove and other areas, other meetups, and they discuss and talk about these particular topics, these dates, these years, these conditions. And check it out. On the front of the book, it says, "Welcome to America in 2025, when the best men don't run for president." Right? And we're in a presidential election year leading up to this 2025. That's very interesting, verbiage there on that book. They don't run for president, they run for their lives. Okay. So we talk about Jacob's trouble. You go to Jeremiah chapter 30. What do you see happening in Jeremiah 30 and under Jacob's trouble? Verse 4, Jeremiah 30 and 4. "And these are the words that the Lord spake concerning Israel and concerning Judah. For thus saith the Lord, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now and see whether a man doeth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness." So what do we see happening right here? We see men running for their lives. When you run and you get tired, you put your hands on your hips, you bend over, similar to what a woman would look like if she was giving birth, and your face is turned into paleness from lack of breath. Okay, so what is Hollywood telling us here? Who the running man is. In 2025, when no dissidents are allowed. And for entertainment, you're thrown into a gladiatorial arena to entertain the sheep. Okay. And if that don't work, then more direct methods are required to keep the sheep, the slaves, in line. Okay. So Israel in Jacob's trouble is that running man, running for our lives. However, verse 7 says, "Alas, for that day is great, so there none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it." Okay, so what we have to understand is, even though they're doing all this stuff for little old Jake, little old Israel, okay, we don't have, a dollar to our names. They're doing all of this for us. We should feel flattered, family. We should feel very special that they're doing all this for us, but to know that we shall be saved out of this, right? That's what we have to really, truly believe. Okay, that we shall be saved out of this as long as we are being diligent, sober-minded, seeking the Most High, cleaving to Him with all our might, and walking the straight and narrow as tightly and as straight as we can. All right. So no fear here. Just, hey, I got my popcorn out. I'm watching this unfold. Every day is like a movie to me. This is the stuff just happening in the world, and on a personal level, it's so much craziness happening just that I see happening personally, locally with people and stuff. It's like a movie. You can't make a lot of this stuff up. So I'm just enjoying the moment. Giving all praises to the Most High. Thankful for, being here during this time to see it, to be able to link in with like minds and be able to be a light to the world, to share with others when the time comes, with others that, you may come in contact with this information, this truth, and seeing what's going to happen next, right? Seeing what more is going to be astonishing is going to happen next. All right. But that concludes our broadcast for this evening, for this live stream, this early morning, going into the early morning. And I pray the information that was brought out is and has been very edifying for you. Revelation 9:1:1. Right? Revelation 9:1:1. And until next Friday night Sabbath coming out of Babylon, here for the Gathering of Christ Church, should there be one, Most High willing, you brothers and sisters out there, stay safe. Stay safe. Continue to seek righteousness, a higher bless, and a higher speed. Shabbat Shalom.